네, 장내에 계신 여러분 정말 반갑습니다. 잠시 안내 말씀 드리려고 합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement. Today, the weather is quite chilly, but many of you are here with us, so I would like to thank all of you. I am the host of today's event, and my name is Chung Da-hee. And please welcome me with a big round of applause when we officially begin the forum. And we will begin today's event very shortly. The 2020 International Forum on Pohang earthquake will begin shortly here. Many people are entering the venue, and we will wait for more participants to take a seat. And we comply with the quarantine measures of the government, so we have empty seats in between. So you have to leave the seats with a white paper on. So if the seat has a white paper on, please leave the seat empty. And you might have noticed that I'm not wearing a mask because I'm the MC for this event, and to improve delivery, I'm not wearing a mask, but I would like to ask all of you to wear a mask throughout the session. And before starting the forum, please check whether your cell phone is in a silence mode or not. And we will begin the forum officially shortly. Please take a seat and wait for the beginning of the forum. Thank you very much.
바쁘신 일정에도
Despite busy schedule and chilly weather, many people are here with us. And I would like to thank all our distinguished guests, and I would like to sincerely welcome all of you. Let me introduce myself. The 2020 International Forum on Pohang Earthquake is a meaningful event, so it is a great honor for me to host this forum, and my name is Jung Da-hee. Great pleasure to meet all of you. Today's forum is about the third anniversary of Pohang earthquake, and this is the second day of safety for Pohang. And the theme of the forum is advancing understanding through study of the Pohang earthquake. And with domestic and foreign experts, we would like to share opinions and explore the future direction. From now on, the 2020 International Forum on Pohang earthquake will begin with an opening ceremony. First, we have a video clip on Pohang earthquake, and let us screen the video first.
포항 지진, 그간의 기록, 112로 지진 보고서. 한반도 지진 관측 역사상 가장 큰 피해를 낳은 112로 포항 지진. 그날 이후 2017년 11월 15일은 잊을 수 없는, 결코 잊어서는 안 되는 날로 기억되었습니다. 유례없는 대학 수학능력시험 연기 결정과 국내 최초의 액상화 현상 발생까지, 지진은 사상 초유의 사태와 논란을 낳으며 포항에 깊은 상처를 남겼습니다. 2017년 11월 15일 오후 2시 29분, 포항시 북구 북쪽 8km 지역에 기상청 계기지진 관측 이래 역대 두 번째 규모인 5.4의 지진이 발생했습니다. 불과 약 5초간 지속된 흔들림은 포항에서만 118명의 인명피해를 발생시켰고, 직접 피해액 4,500억 원 이상, 관광객 감소와 부동산 가치 하락 등 간접 피해 포함 시 1조 원 이상에 이르는 것으로 추정되었습니다. 그날 이후 약 1년에 걸쳐 규모 2.0 이상의 여진만 해도 100여 번, 이 중 규모 3.0 이상의 지진도 6차례에 걸쳐 발생하면서 시민들에게 수많은 피해와 지진 트라우마를 남겼습니다. 포항시는 지진 발생 즉시 포항시 재난안전대책본부를 가동해 피해 상황 파악은 물론 현장 대응과 응급복구에 총력을 기울였습니다. 시민의 안전을 최우선으로 지진 발생 4시간 반여 만에 인근 체육관과 학교 등 임시 대피 공간을 긴급히 확보해 이재민을 위한 임시 구호소를 신속히 마련했고, 현장 의료상황실 운영을 시작했습니다. 당일 저녁에는 행정안전부, 경북도와 함께 긴급대책 합동회의를 열어 여진 대비 안전대책을 마련했으며, 복구 예산이 확보될 수 있도록 정부에 건의해 특별 재난지역으로 선포되어 재난구호와 복구 등에 필요한 행정, 재정적 지원을 약속받았습니다. 지진 피해 극복을 위해 모두가 힘을 모았습니다. 봉사단체와 기업체, 군인, 일반 시민 등 전국 각지에서 4,300여 명이 넘는 자원봉사자들이 각 분야에서 도움의 손길을 보내왔습니다. 또 포항재난 심리지원단을 구성해 찾아가는 심리지원 상담 서비스를 시행하는 등 시민들이 빠르게 일상으로 돌아갈 수 있도록 힘과 용기를 불어넣었습니다. 지진은 그 피해와 함께 원인에 대한 논란도 컸습니다. 일부 산지에서 땅 밀림 현상이 감지돼 현장 조사가 실시되었고, 국내 최초로 액상화 현상이 발생하면서 건축 구조 기준 개정과 지속적인 연구의 필요성을 확인했습니다. 특히 진원지가 지열발전소의 위치와 상당히 가깝다는 점에서 포항 지진은 자연 지진이 아니라 지열발전소로 인한 지진의 가능성이 높다는 주장이 제기되면서 정부조사연구단이 꾸려지는 계기를 마련했습니다. 대한지질학회를 주축으로 국내외 전문가로 구성된 연구단은 1년여에 걸쳐 포항 지진과 지열발전의 연관성에 대한 조사를 이어갔고 마침내 2019년 3월 20일 포항 지진은 인근의 지열발전소에서 땅속으로 고압의 물을 주입하면서 지층 속 토양이 대거 유실되며 일어난 촉발 지진이었다는 조사 결과를 공식 발표했습니다. 이에 따라 지역단체를 주축으로 범시민대책위원회가 출범, 특별법 제정을 촉구하는 결의대회를 개최했으며 청와대 국민청원에 20만 명 이상이 동의하면서 특별법 제정에 적극 협력하겠다는 답변을 받았습니다. 국내외 지질 전문가와 시추공학 전문가, 시민대표 등으로 구성된 포항 지열발전 부지 안전성 검토 TF가 출범해 지열발전 부지의 안정적인 관리 방안에 대해 논의하고 있으며 포항지진 2주년 국제 심포지엄을 개최해 지열발전에 의해 발생한 포항 촉발 지진에 대한 그간의 연구를 공유하며 전 국민적 공감대를 형성했습니다. 또 지진 이후 불안과 공포, 우울감과 심각한 스트레스를 겪고 있는 시민들을 위해 문을 연 포항 지진 트라우마 센터는 맞춤형 심신 안정 프로그램을 지원하고 있습니다. 지진 극복을 위한 노력은 대규모 상경 집회와 성명서 발표 등으로 이어져 포항 지진의 진상 조사 및 피해 구제 등을 위한 특별법이 제정됐으며 촉발 지진의 진상 규명 및 실질적 피해 구제 지원과 경제 활성화, 공동체 회복을 위한 길을 열었습니다. 특히 2020년 4월에는 감사원의 포항 지열발전 기술개발 사업 추진 실태 감사 결과에서 20건의 위법, 부당 사실과 정부 책임이 밝혀졌으며 이에 포항지진 특별법 시행과 함께 포항지진 진상조사위원회와 포항지진 피해구제심의위원회가 출범했습니다. 포항시는 진상조사위원회가 엄정하고 철저한 포항지진의 진상조사를 할 수 있도록 적극 협력하고 피해 주민의 실질적 피해 구제를 위해 지진 피해 신고 접수를 이어가고 있습니다. 생각지도 못한 재난으로 상상할 수 없었던 위기에 처했던 기억은 아직도 우리 안에 남아 있습니다. 그러나 하나된 시민의 힘으로 위기를 극복해온 포항시는 그날의 상처를 딛고 다시 일어서기 위해 다시 한번 힘찬 발돋움을 시작할 것입니다. 지진 피해 도시에서 지진 극복 도시로 전국에서 가장 안전한 도시 포항 시민과 함께 만들어 가겠습니다.
박수 한번 보내.
Please give a big hand. It was unprecedented big shock. So after the shock, Pohang City has made all-out efforts to overcome that disastrous event, and the video shows us their efforts. So far, not only the government officials but also the citizens have made a great effort to overcome that tragic event. I believe this forum will be very meaningful time to figure out the better direction for the future. We'd like to continue on today's event. Now we'd like to pledge allegiance to the flag. The ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand up? Salute to the colors. attention. Please be seated. I'd like to introduce you the VIPs of today. As their name is mentioned, please give them a big hand. First up, Jung Sang-mo, Director of November 15 Geosummer Joint Research Team. International Forum co-organizer, Professor Lee Jin-han. And co-organizer, Professor Ellsworth at Stanford University. Because of COVID-19, he joined us online. Please give him a big hand. And Pohang City Mayor Lee Kang-deok is here with us. Jung Hae-jong, the chairman of Pohang City Council, is also here with us. And Kang Sung-jo, Gyeongsangbuk Vice Mayor, is also here with us. Jang Soo-neung, the chairman of Handong University, present here. And Kim Woo-han, president of POSCO University, is here with us. Lee Dae-gong, the co-head of November 15th Geosummer Joint Research Team, is here. Last but not least, Kong Won-sik, the co-organizer of the same community of November Geosummer Joint Research Team. And we also have many participants from the Pohang City Council. Baek Kang-hoon is here with us. An Byung-guk is also here with us. And the people, he is also from the Pohang City Council. And Bae Sang-sik and Mr. Lee Seok-gyun is also here with us. They are all coming from Pohang City Council. And we also have many special guests from academic circle. Lee Kang-geun, Seoul National University professor, is presenting here. Busan National University Kim Kang-ik is here with us. An Kyung-mo, professor at Handong University, is presenting here. And Yang Man-jae, co-director of November 15th Geosummer Joint Research Team, is here with us. And Kim Byung-min, professor at UNIST, is here with us. And Kim Il-man, the director of the National Assembly Council, and Kim Jong-sik is also here with us. Please give them another round of applause. I'm very sorry to miss one person. Please give him a bigger hand. Lee Hang-mo, the center leader of Pohang Trauma Treatment Center, is here with us too. As we are marking third anniversary of Pohang earthquake, we have so many distinguished guests at this forum. Once again, thank you for your participation. Now I'd like to begin our opening speech. Jung Sang-mo, director of November 15th Geosummer Joint Research Team, will deliver the opening speech. Please welcome him. This forum has three intentions in general. First is that the science and technology development, thanks to the Pohang Earth and the application of a special act and its enforcement decree, and recovery of the community and the treatment of trauma, we'd like to share the result of socio-economical achievements with the citizens. And the second is that as we are gathered here together with the domestic and international experts, by discussing and presenting the latest study result, it will make a big leap forward to the development of this area. And last but not least, to overcome the disastrous events 3 years ago, we can turn that disaster into an opportunity, and by doing so, we can make Pohang City will be more modern and advanced cities. As we are inviting many distinguished scholars and citizens, we'd like to begin the International Forum on Pohang Earthquake 2020. Mr. Jung Sang-mo delivered and declared the opening of today's event. Thank you for your message. Next up, I'd like to show you the greetings of the distinguished guests. I think this is the person who is taking all-out leadership to overcome the disaster. Please welcome the Pohang City Mayor Lee Kang-deok. Welcome to 2020 International Forum on Pohang Earthquake. I think it is very relevant and meaningful event. First of all, thank you everyone for being here today out of your busy schedule. This forum's theme is Advancing Understanding Through Study of the Pohang Earthquake. Together with many experts and citizens, we are here to exchange opinions and knowledges. Because of COVID-19, this event will be a hybrid event with on and offline together. I hope this will serve as a chance to draw more interest in the Pohang earthquake and not to repeat the similar mistakes in the future. I'd like to express my deep gratitude to the organizers. November 15th Earthquake Geothermal Power Research Group, Director Jung Sang-mo and his staff, and Professor Jinan Lee, and many other organization staffs. We will have many different presentations, and the presentations will be delivered by many distinguished experts. Thank you for your participation and works. And also, there is a person who are making great help to us to conclude into the triggered earthquake that is largely led by Professor Lee Kwang-ging and the professor at the Busan National University. Thank you for your hard work. At the same time, I'd like to give my thanks to this person who is leading the citizens group, Mr. Lee Dae-gong, and Mr. Gong Eui-sik, and Mr. Ho Sang-wook, and Mr. Kim Jae-dong, and many other representatives of a citizens group. Even though I cannot mention all names, but there are so many people who put out all-out efforts for organizing this event. Thank you for your work. And also the province and the city councils have made dedications. And the members of that city and province councils has lead initiative efforts. Many can't be here because of the regular gatherings at the assembly, but they made efforts to enact the special act. In particular, Mr. Kim Jong-jae and Kim Byung-wook made a great dedication. Thank you for your work. And also, we got a lot of help from Gyeongbuk-do office, Mr. Kang Sung-jo, Vice Mayor, and many other staffs have made a great dedication. Thank you for your work. Just like that, thanks to the support and interest of many people, we finally enact the Pohang Earthquake Special Act last year. In addition, a pass of support for residents, actual damage relief, earthquake investigation, and local economy revitalization and community recovery was also opened. In particular, last year, when we are having the second International Forum on Pohang event last year, contributed greatly to publicizing the dangers of the Pohang earthquake triggered by geothermal power generation. It has also helped a lot in building a national consensus. In this forum, I hope that through various research results and discussion with many experts, many measures for urban vitality recovery, such as urban reconstruction, will be more concrete and developed. Furthermore, I also hope this forum will be a chance to lay out the international research platform for the Pohang earthquake and be the basis for the development of science and technology in related fields. November 15th will mark 3rd anniversary of the Pohang earthquake, which is also Pohang City Safety Day. We have to remember the lessons of the day and learn and prepare thoroughly to increase our capability to overcome disaster in the future. And all of these processes will be a new starting point of creation of a safety culture and safety city, as well as new opportunities. We should not repeat the same damages caused by unfortunate disaster, and it is high time to muster our wisdom. I look forward to finding a lot of good plans through in-depth research and discussions at this forum. Pohang City overcome the pain of an earthquake and develop into an exemplary city and safe city. And for that, I sincerely ask all of you to show us continuous support and encouragement. Thank you for your participation, and thank you.
네, 이강덕 포항
So, City Mayor Lee Kang-deok delivered the speech. Actually, throughout the past 3 years, everyone in this hall, have made all out efforts all together, and he highlighted that. And thank you for your work. And Jung Hae-jong, Chairman of Pohang City Council, will deliver the messages. Please welcome him.
오늘 포럼을 준비해 주신
Today's forum was organized by the Collaborative Research Center for Pohang earthquake. So I would like to thank Mr. Chung Sang-mo and other staff at the research center for their efforts. And this is being broadcast live, and I would like to thank our online viewers as well. And we have experts who will deliver presentations here, and I would like to thank them for their valuable time. Despite busy schedule, many people are here with us today. We have President Kim Moo-han of POSTEC, and I would like to thank you for your presence. And we have President Chang Sun-heung of Pohang Global University, and we have Professor Lee Jin-han of Korea University. I would like to thank you. We have Professor Lee Kwang-geun and Kim Gang-hee. Thank you very much. And we have Mr. Lee Dae-hee, who is leading the civil organization, and I would like to thank you as well. We watched the video before, and we have many people who worked on this topic, and I would like to thank Mayor Lee Kang-deok for his efforts, and I would like to also thank Mr. Kang Sung-jo. And from the Pohang City Council, we made a request to the government of Korea, and we adopted the request. We adopted the official document to make a request. And Chair Baek Kang-un of the Pohang Earthquake Response Committee, and the Vice Chair and many representatives also participated in the committee, so I would like to thank all of you. Pohang suffered from a triggered earthquake, and some of our citizens are still living at the provisional facilities, and they suffer from trauma in an extreme manner. So for the past 3 years, our citizens have suffered, and we are still weathering the storm altogether. And this is the forum where we can exchange international opinion, and we can find the hope for Pohang to become a city of hope, which successfully overcome the crisis and disaster. And through this forum, we will deal with legal and social responses to induced earthquake, and we will also talk about the recovery of the economy and community in Pohang, and we will also touch upon psychological recovery of victims. And I hope we can have a lively discussion on all these topics. Pohang could become the model city for disaster prevention, and this forum will help Pohang become that kind of city. And I hope today's forum will be a meaningful event where we can have a candid discussion on the topics. And I would like to thank all the participants once again. And I hope you would have an informative session. Thank you very much.
네, 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much. This is the opening ceremony of the 2020 International Forum on Pohang Earthquake. And next, Deputy Governor Kang Song-jo of Gyeongsang-Buk-do Province will deliver a welcoming speech. And this forum is broadcast live, so please welcome him with a big hand.
예, 안녕하십니까. 경상
Good morning. My name is Kang Song-jo, and I am the Administrative Deputy Governor of Gyeongsang-Buk-do Province. This is a very meaningful event. And Governor Lee Cheol-ho was supposed to deliver a welcoming speech, but I am here on behalf of our governor, so please understand that. And the 2020 International Forum on Pohang Earthquake is being hosted here, and I would like to congratulate the successful opening of the forum, and I would like to thank Mr. Chung Sang-mo and the members of the organizing committee for their hard work. And despite busy schedule, Mayor Lee Kang-deok and Chairman Jung Hae-jong are here with us, and I would like to thank you. And the civic organization is making a lot of efforts to respond to the damage of a Pohang earthquake, and I would like to thank participants from the organization. And we have presentations lined up for the session, so I would like to thank all our speakers and all the participants as well. It has been already 3 years since the earthquake. Still, many Pohang citizens are suffering from the earthquake, and this year, to make things worse, we have unexpected situation of COVID-19, and it is damaging the local economy. And Gyeongsang-Buk-do Province is trying to support citizens who are suffering from all these situations. So we made a request to the national government and the National Assembly to support citizens successfully, but it has not been satisfactory. But the special act was enacted last year, so we have the legal foundation now. And based on the foundation, we could secure the budget from the government. And accordingly, we began to receive application for claims of damages. So we will collaborate with the city to support those victims more effectively. And we have many projects to recover the local economy and to recover the community. And I will make my best effort to secure the budget in cooperation with Pohang City. Through today's forum, we will hear from many experts, and we can share our pain caused by the earthquake all together, and we can deliver our voice to the national government. And through this forum, I hope Korea will have a better system to prevent a disaster. In addition, I hope all Pohang citizens could recover their daily lives and it would revive the Pohang local economy. Once again, I would like to thank all the participants to the 2020 International Forum on Pohang Earthquake, and I wish you all the best in the future. Thank you very much.
네, 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much. It was a welcoming speech from Deputy Governor Kang Sung-jo. Next, we will invite President Jang Sun-hung of Handong Global University. Please welcome him with a big hand.
예, 정말 감사할 분들은 모두 감사.
So I have so many people I would like to thank, but I don't want to call them one by one once again. But let me deliver one message. For a successful opening of the forum and to overcome the crisis, data and research and knowledge, these are the most important factors. We could find all the facts thanks to the help of Professor Lee Jinan and Kim Gang-hee. It started with the nuclear power research, but we had relevant data, thankfully. And based on that data, Professor Lee Gang-geun could find relevant facts and made a successful report. And through this opportunity, I would like to make Pohang a better city and a safer city. And to achieve that prosperity, we need to focus on research and science and technology and knowledge. And we have to achieve convergence of knowledge and psychology and law and media. All these factors should be converged in research. The Pohang and Gyeongsang-buk-do province in general should focus more on knowledge for further development. If we have a solid foundation, Pohang City and Gyeongsang-buk-do province could achieve a higher level of safety and prosperity. When we analyzed the cause behind the earthquake, I felt that it was a very rare case because we worked so well. When I initiated this work, many people were against my will because there was no precedent where we successfully found the cause of the event. However, we had solid data, so it helped us achieve success on fact-finding activities. And we could also enact law. It turned out that it was an induced earthquake. And people could recover to some degree because we found out that it was a human-induced earthquake. So science, technology, and research, these are what I would like to emphasize once more. And I would like to thank citizens in Pohang City, and this is a miracle, so I would like to thank God for that, and thank you very much.
말씀 감사합니다. 한동대학교
Thank you, President. Handong University is very close to the epicenter of the earthquake. So I believe that the pain was also palpable to the President. And let me invite the President Kim Moo-hwan of POSTEC for a welcoming speech. Please welcome him with a big hand.
예, 모든 분들 반갑습니다.
It's a great pleasure to meet all of you. It has been already 3 years since the earthquake in Pohang City. But this year we have COVID-19 and we had 2 rounds of typhoons in Pohang. So natural disaster hit hard our citizens. So it is all the more meaningful to host the 2020 International Forum on Pohang earthquake. And for today's forum, we have many guests, including Mayor Lee Gang-deok and Deputy Governor Kang Sung-jo, and City Council members, and Mr. Lee Dae-gong from the civil organization, and President Jang Sun-hoon, and we also have Mr. Jeong Sang-mo, and President Lee Jin-han, and many other speakers. So I would like to thank all of you for visiting our school. And we also have Professor William Ellsworth, and we also have many other foreign speakers who cannot be here with us physically, but I would like to thank you. When we talk about safety, it cannot be overly emphasized. We have to prepare a lot, but we cannot be 100% sure that we are safe. Disaster will occur in the future. Human beings are very vulnerable to disaster, but the worst part is, and the most critical part is that how we can help the victims. Since the earthquake, people provided support to the victims. Pohang City and Gyeongsang-buk-do province provided medical help, and the special act passed the National Assembly last year. So although it is not sufficient, all these efforts comforted Pohang citizens, and it gave those citizens opportunities to get on their feet once again. And we try to analyze the cause to provide such help. And we are pulling our wisdom to find out responsive measures. And people say that it might be a belated measure. But for safety, we at least need to take belated measures so that we can prevent future events. I believe that this kind of a forum could be one tool to prevent future disasters. So I would like to pay my respect to all the researchers and participants. And POSTEC, we also have many relevant research centers, and we can help you by establishing earthquake-related agencies and research centers, and we will try our best in that direction. And university is a research organization, so it is very regrettable that we could not provide previous warning before the earthquake. However, regret is not enough. If we have the recurrence of earthquake, we need preparation prior to the earthquake, and I hope that you will find the future direction here at the forum today. And I would like to thank all the people who worked on the organization of today's forum. Thank you very much.
김무환 총장님의
And President Kim Moo-hwan delivered his opening speech to the audiences. This is 2020 International Forum on Pohang earthquake, which marks the 3rd anniversary. Before moving on to the next order, actually there are some messages sent by the National Assembly. Kim Jong-jae, Kim Byung-wook National Assembly members sent us some messages. I'd like to read it on behalf of them. I think it is very meaningful to have 2020 International Forum on the Pohang earthquake. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to appreciate their hard work for organizing this event, and Gyeongsang-buk-do Province and Pohang City and Handong Global University. This will be a great opportunity to figure out what will be the right direction for the future, and it will also be a platform where we can elevate our knowledge and the discussions for the better, safer future. And last but not least, I can't be there because of some other personal reasons, but I sincerely wish you the very best for your home and your work. 2020, November 11th, National Assembly member Kim Jong-jae and Kim Byung-wook. That's it. And today, this is the international forum, and many international the researchers are joining us to organize and to developing into this study. So for the successful hosting and opening of this international forum, a total of 4 the researchers sent us the video. So first up, Professor William Ellsworth, who is also working as the co-organizer of this forum, and Professor Marco and John and the Chris Colettini deliver the messages. Let's watch the video. 안녕하십니까 내외 기빈 여러분, 많은 과학적 동료 여러분.
My name is William Ellsworth, and on behalf of my organizing committee co-chair, Professor Jin-Han Ri, I am honored to welcome you to the 2020 International Forum on the Pohang earthquake. I am speaking to you today from Stanford University on the other side of the Pacific. I regret that I am only able to be with you virtually for this important conference. Despite the challenges presented by the global COVID-19 pandemic, the organizing committee has assembled on this 3rd anniversary of the tragic Pohang earthquake an outstanding technical program featuring leading scientists and engineers from Korea and abroad. Over the next 4 days, we will discuss the current state of our knowledge about the nature of earthquakes and the hazard they pose, with focus on understanding the Pohang event. While the science of earthquakes has made great strides in recent years, many fundamental questions remain. It is my hope that the excellent presentations we will hear inspires discussions around ways that we can deepen our understanding to reduce the risk of future earthquakes. Your comments and ideas will be important for guiding future world-class investigations that build upon what we have already learned from the Pohang earthquake. Finally, I would like to acknowledge all of the excellent work put into the creation and organization of this forum by the entire team in Korea. Thank you and best wishes for a successful meeting.
Good morning to everybody, and my name is Cristiano Collettini, and I am professor at La Sapienza University of Roma in Italy. In my work, I'm trying to integrate structural geology with rock deformation experiments to better characterize the physics of earthquakes. And although the Pohang earthquake has been a bad event for the Korean community, I think that now the Pohang test site is a unique natural laboratory to better characterize the mechanics of earthquakes and faulting. And for these reasons, I thank the organizer for having assembled this workshop that seems to be very interesting. And I thank the organizer for giving me the possibility to talk with you about our dataset, and I hope to see you soon in the future in Korea for a collaborative work. Thanks a lot.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Hello from Wellington, New Zealand. My name is John Townend, and I'm a geophysicist at Victoria University of Wellington, Te Herenga Waka. I'm very glad to be speaking to you for this opening ceremony at the 2020 International Forum on the Pohang earthquake. And although I and many others can't be with you in Pohang in person, I can well imagine the scene as I've visited the city twice in the last couple of years. The pandemic has made it difficult on the one hand for us to collaborate internationally and to meet each other in person, but at the same time it's showing us that we can nevertheless have effective communication and stimulating discussions no matter where we are in the world. So over the next few days I'm looking forward to a very stimulating series of talks and presentations that teach us what happened at Pohang and illustrate some of the ways in which the Pohang experience can be used to better prepare for earthquakes elsewhere in the world and to better understand those earthquakes wherever and whenever they happen. With the very best wishes for a successful forum and greetings from Wellington. Have a great week.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marco Bohnhoff. I am a professor for borehole seismology at the GFZ in Potsdam and at the Free University of Berlin. And at the same time, I'm the executive director of the International Continental Scientific Drilling Program, ICDP. And it's my great pleasure to deliver a short note to the opening of the Pohang Forum for this year. I would like to congratulate the organizers of this conference for putting together a high-level field of speakers and talks, which all of us are going to listen throughout the next 3 days. And I'm really looking forward to this. Best regards from Potsdam. I would have loved to join you in Pohang, which of course is not possible given the circumstances that we all know. So I'm looking forward to meet you at another occasion. And again, congratulations to this most important meeting. And I'm looking forward to the next 3 days of intense scientific discussions.
영상으로 만나보신 네 분께 박수 한번 부탁드립니다.
Please give them a big round of applause. The four professors are the globally renowned researchers, and they have joined us to study a little further for this forum. From tomorrow for 3 days, we're gonna have the academic forum, and they say they're gonna have a very big expectations for the upcoming academic forum. Next up, the Vice President of Korea University and co-organizer of this forum, Professor Lee Jin-han, will give us the schedule of the whole seminar. Please welcome him with a big hand.
포인트는 예, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning. As introduced, my name is Lee Jin-han from Korea University. First of all, to mark the 3rd anniversary of Pohang earthquake, we are hosting the International Forum, and many people helped us, including Mayor Lee Gang-deok and members of the Collaborative Research Center for Pohang earthquake, and I would like to thank them. In addition, after tireless efforts, victims of the Pohang earthquake could finally receive remedy from the earthquake, and because the relevant special act passed the National Assembly, and we have many thematic presentations, and from tomorrow we will have academic presentations. From Thursday to Saturday, we have 3 days of a presentation. If we have 8-hour presentation, we can finish by Friday. However, this is not a physical meeting. It is an online meeting, and many people who have experienced online meetings said that it is impossible to have an 8-hour session every day. And we have participants from Europe and the United States and Asia. So there is a time difference. So in consideration all these factors, we will have 9 to 11 session, and from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. we have a separate session in one day. So we will have 3 days of academic meetings. I know that you are familiar with these pictures. On November 15th, around 2 p.m., 3 years ago, there was a Pohang earthquake. When the earthquake occurred, the KMA reported that the epicenter was about 3.5 kilometer or 4 kilometer away from the geothermal plant, and the depth was about 10 kilometer. It was reported. However, as you know, there was a geothermal plant, and around the plant there were signals of seismic activities. So Professor Kim Gang-hee installed the meter there, and at the end of October, he collected the data, and some of the meters were damaged and some disappeared. So he decided to install the meter once again. So he installed those instruments 5 days before the earthquake. So it was a total of 8 instruments. And in April, on April 15th, there was a 3.5 magnitude earthquake around the area, but many people felt the earthquake. But the depth was very shallow. We were very sure about that. So we were suspicious about the correlation of the earthquake with the geothermal plant. So I thought about this matter, and I had an interview with a media, and I expressed my opinion that it could be an induced earthquake, because back then, although we had an instrument installed on the site, we were yet to collect the data. However, I had several evidence. The depths should have been shallow because the damage was huge, considering the magnitude. And the seismic activity meter had a huge margin of error. So I thought that induced earthquake was feasible, and Professor Kim Gang-hee came to the site to collect the data. So I said that we could have a more accurate result if we have the data. It was Wednesday, and the national exam for college entrance was postponed 1 week by 1 week. And in the evening of a Friday, which was 17th of November, Professor Kim called me urgently. So he collected seismic data, and analysis showed a shocking result. So I wanted to see the data myself. So on Sunday, the 19th of November, I used the express train to come to Pohang, and Professor Kim from Seoul National University and 4 of us shared the data. And Professor Kim Gang-hee was shaking his hands when he was handing out the data to us. "What do you want to do with this data?" he said. And this is the analysis conducted by Professor Kim. So the epicenter was 500 meters closer, and the depth was 4.5 kilometers. So it is quite shallow. So we were almost sure at this point. So I promised that I would share data with the media. So we talked about the timing. And the government said that government asked us to make the announcement after the national exam. So we decided to make the announcement at 4 p.m. However, Professor Kim Gang-hee was worried that KMA or Geological Service, there are many colleagues of us and they shouldn't be damaged by the data. So only 2 days before the announcement, we shared the valuable data with our colleagues at the KMA and Geological Survey. And they made correction based on the data. And 3 hours before our announcement, the KMA and the Geoscience and Mineral Resources Institute disclosed this data first, and we published a paper based on the data. So the fault was crossing the injection well. And the foreign professors who delivered welcoming speech and Professor Lee Gang-in were part of the national committee to find the facts. And I thought it was almost impossible. However, we could analyze the seismic data from the geothermal plant. When they do maintenance work and repair work, there is a typical shape, but the shape was different. So we could find there is a very similar fault. And epicenter location was very similar with our data as well. So last year, in 2019, the National Committee made a final report that it was a triggered earthquake. And the special act passed the National Assembly. So it has been already 3 years. And I arrived here at 8:30 in the morning today, and I had coffee with my colleagues. And all these memories came back to my head. Myself, Professor Kim Gang-hee, and Professor Lee Gang-eun, who was the chair of the fact-finding committee, we worked so hard and we suffered a lot. And Professor Lee was concerned about his position as the chair of the research committee. And I asked him one thing. When we invite foreign researchers to the committee, we need the best scientists because science is the only answer here. We need a science-based evidence. And as a scientist, Professor Lee did a great job. So I would like to thank Professor Lee once again for that. On the first anniversary, we didn't have any symposium because we had so many things to do. But on the second anniversary, we could organize the symposium. And some of the people from the National Research Committee, they were part of the advisory group back then, so we couldn't have a big symposium. So we invited 8 organizations from 3 countries with 8 teams. And at Hilton Hotel in Seoul, we had 1-day symposium. But this year, we wanted to have a academic forum in full swing, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we couldn't organize an offline meeting, but we adopted online and offline formats at the same time. And we will cover fault line and fault zone and triggered earthquake. So we invited renowned scholars from 12 countries and from 28 organizations, and we have 34 themes in total. So for the first and the second day, for the first day, we mostly talk about Pohang earthquake, how it happened and what we have known and what we will find out in the future. And on Friday, we will focus on foreign cases of a triggered earthquake and induced earthquake. And on the last day, I will explain this in more details later, but we will hear from experts on drilling, so how we can research the fault zone. This is the theme of the last day. Then why Pohang attracts such interest from other countries? Professor Colatini from Italy said that he used the expression of natural laboratory when he referred to Pohang. During the presidential election in the States, we watched Mr. Trump and Biden had many heated topics, but one of them was fracking. It means hydraulic fracking. President Trump supports fracking. On the other hand, President-elect Biden would like to put a restriction on fracking. And fracking helped the oil and gas innovation in the United States. It is a tool to develop oil and shale gas. So we inject water, and through the pressure, we extract gas and oil. It naturally causes induced earthquake. But President Trump supports that because he focuses on economy, but Biden focuses more on environment. Oil producers and gas production companies, they are concerned about induced earthquake as well. And when we store CO2 underground, it also causes induced earthquake. And researchers and companies in the oil and gas production, our dream is that we can inject water without causing induced earthquake. And Pohang could be the place. That is why Pohang is attracting international interest. However, Pohang City has been suffering from the trauma of the earthquake. However, in the future, there will be better things coming for the city. We can utilize the city as a natural laboratory to find out the safe way to inject water without causing induced earthquake. That is why renowned scholars from other countries are participating in this forum. And for the next 3 days, we will hear presentations on various topics, and I will not talk about one by one. But on the last day of the forum, it is the afternoon on Saturday, we will have a comprehensive discussion on how we can preserve Pohang and what kind of research activities we will conduct in the city. This is the end of my introduction to the forum. Thank you very much.
네, 다시 한번 이진.
Please give him another round of applause. Thank you for your briefing. This is 2020 International Forum on Pohang Earthquake opening ceremony. We're gonna have a lot more in this afternoon too. And I think we'd like to bring a conclusion to the opening ceremony, but it's not the ultimate end, but the opening ceremony. We'd like to have the photo sessions. We have many distinguished guests. So all the distinguished guests whose names have mentioned, then please come up to the podium. We'd like to take a short photo session before moving on to the next agenda. Distinguished guests, please come to the podium. Please keep wearing your facial masks. And we're gonna take two pictures with mask and without mask. Because of the COVID-19, the many events and the broadcasting programs are seeing a lot of changes. I cannot see your facial expressions if you're wearing the facial mask, but we have to wear it for our safety. So I thank for your cooperation. Since many are cooperate, many things have been settled and getting back to the normal. Let's take a picture.
네, 지금 촬영 준비 다 된 것 같으니까요.
Let's take a picture and the count of 3, 2, 1.
자, 하나, 둘, 셋. 자, 이번에는
And now, for very short, would you take off your mask for the picture?
자, 마찬가지로 하나.
Please give us your best smile.
네, 마무리 대충.
Thank you very much. We're gonna wrap up the photo session now. You may go back to your seat. Before moving on to the next session, we take pictures first. I'd like to explain the next agenda. Last November 2nd, we had another international seminar, which is about social and legal responses to the triggered earthquake, which is also went on the online. They largely discussed about Groningen earthquake in Netherlands and the Pohang earthquake in Korea. So we'd like to have the video of that international seminar first. After the video, we're going to have a short break before having the expert presentation. Then let's watch together.
포항 시민 여러분, 안녕하십니까? 저는 한동대학교의 이국은 교수입니다. 그로닝겐이라고 하는 네덜란드의 도시가 있습니다. 수십 년 전부터 천연가스
There is a city of Groningen in the Netherlands. They generate natural gas from the deep ocean, and actually that was the cause of the triggered earthquake. Last year, the joint research group, together with the Pohang city officials, visited Groningen to have the site survey. That was our occasion to study together with the two professors at the University of Groningen, and we conducted the research online. Because of COVID-19 and because of the pandemic, we couldn't meet in person, but throughout the online seminars, we exchanged a lot of data and informations, and that teach us a lot of lessons. In the future, we may see triggered earthquake around the world, and that will cause a lot of damages to many people and many cities. So among them, among victims and the professors and the experts, I hope there will be some network to be built. Through the 2.5 hours of that event, we summarized that event into 20 minutes. to share with you. So let's watch the summary video with you. I hope you enjoy this video. There might be some triggered earthquake around the world, and I would sincerely wish to build a network with them. Then let's watch together.
The Groningen field is circumscribed here to the northeast of the provincial capital of Groningen. Thus, the original volume of natural gas found in 1963 was 2,800 billion cubic meters of gas. The blue line gives the annual gas production, which, as you see, is raised between 2000 and 2013, which was the absolute peak year of the number of earthquakes of at least 1.5. And as you can see, the red line here pictures the annual number of earthquakes of at least 1.5, and these started to go down beginning in 2014 and projected to go further down until the end of the present decade, along with a diminishing gas extraction. There were 3 points of policy change. In February 2014, it was decided that gas extraction should be reduced. In March 2018, it was decided that extraction should be stopped. In 2030 and in September 2019, it was decided that extraction should be stopped in 2022 already. So that's where we are now. In the meantime, in this period, particularly after 2012, when we had a top earthquake of magnitude 3.6, there were quite a number of damage cases, and nowadays, in this year, there are still over 20,000 cases that still have to be inspected and concluded. Over time, the expert estimates of the maximum possible earthquake also increased from 3.0 in 1992 up to between 4 and 7 in 2016, when the Netherlands Petroleum Company, the field operator, held an international expert workshop and decided that 7 would not be excluded. With the present situation of diminishing gas extraction, a more plausible estimate would be that the maximum earthquake cannot be larger than 4.0, which is quite a difference from the 5.0 that is now being used in safety policies and emergency assistance. How came the diminishing gas extraction about? This was by far not an initiative of the Minister of Economic Affairs, because the entire movement of the past 6 years, starting after the earthquake near the village of Huizingen, was very strongly determined by local organizations and citizens appealing to judicial courts in order to get a stop or at least a reduction in gas extraction. In September 2015, a regional civil court ordered that the NAM that's the company, NAM is responsible for material damage, but also for reductions in property value. In November 2015, the Council of State, that's the highest administrative court in the Netherlands, ordered that annual gas extraction should be limited to 27 BCM instead of the planned 39 at that time. In July last year, the Supreme Court of the Netherlands decided that both NAM and the State Energy Agency are responsible for earthquake problems in Groningen. This decision has enormous financial implications for the state because under civil law, formally, only the NAM was held responsible for earthquake problems. And lastly, in December last year, a regional civil court ordered that victims of property damage must also be compensated for immaterial damage. Government policies for reducing the negative impact of 57 years of gas extraction. They're fivefold. First, compensating victims for material and immaterial damage and loss of property value, promoting self-protection and emergency assistance of the local population. Third, a large-scale building reinforcement, reducing annual gas extraction, and province-broad strategy is stimulating regional economic development.
The shift from private law claim settlement to public law claim settlement is extremely relevant. First, the government has a complete different position than them. The government must explicitly take the interest of the victims into account. The government must act independently and impartially. Second, general principles of good governance are applicable. Related to this, in the third place, administrative law procedures are much more accessible than civil law ones. In the fourth place, public law claim settlement is under control of the parliament. The shift from private law claim settlement to public law claim settlement took place in two steps. Initially, claim settlement under public law was based on policy rules. No legislation could be made in such a short time. In the case of minor earthquakes, it's difficult to determine whether the damage was caused by an earthquake. The causal relationship is often controversial. Isn't the damage caused by overdue maintenance of the house or by traffic or a railroad? Can you determine the causal relationship between an individual earthquake and an individual claim? Are cumulative effects possible? As I told, according to Article 6, 177 of the Civil Code, mining companies are subject to strict liability. However, there is a further reaching helping hand for the victims, because an evidence presumption has been included in the Civil Code. I made some comparisons with for Groningen, the basis in public law is a basis sui generis, not an unlawful act of the state. And it's in Groningen not about subsidies. I'm very curious about the possible liability for the South Korean government. I assume that the government has issued a permit to Bestek. And can you still consider such a permit to be lawful after such a disaster? Was the supervision by the government adequate? Can you argue on both points that the government acted unlawfully? That's what we usually discuss in the Netherlands after such a serious incident. Private law claims and public law claims handling are two alternative systems in the Netherlands, not two additional systems. People have to choose between the private law route and the public law route. The vast majority of the people opt for the public law route. In the public law context, the state pays the victims, none has to pay the state. And there is for Pohang as well for Groningen a system of strict liability, but in Groningen combined with an evidence presumption, both regulated in the Civil Code. In the Pohang case, there is strict liability for the private company that caused the problems too. It seems to me that the role of the South Korean government is limited, but I'm very curious about the legal situation. I can understand it very well at the moment. And to finish with, in the Groningen case, equal treatment and transparency are very problematic. I can imagine that it's the same for the Pohang.
So Pohang, as you can see, the red dot in that slide is where Pohang is, towards the eastern part of Korea, near the Eastern Sea, close to Japan, quite some distance away from Seoul. But it's an industrial city. It is home to some of the large industries in the country. This is the brief timeline that is there that could probably assist you with understanding how this earthquake came about. In 2010, the geothermal project began, and the hydraulic simulation started in 2016 January. And a year later, in 2017 September, was the last hydraulic simulation. Immediately, the project was halted, and then there was a formation of an overseas research body plant. The EGS project was terminated, and subsequently the formation of the Special Act for investigation of Pohang earthquake. In order to assist the act, there was another decree, enforcement March, which was further amended in 2020 September. The compensation process has begun. Now, as to the cause of the Pohang earthquake, the committee started its work in March 2018 and unanimously concluded that the earthquake was triggered by the EGS simulation. Three proposals that were forwarded regarding the formation of the act. Now, generally in Korea, what we have seen is whenever there are disasters, natural disasters or any other human-induced disasters, there is a process generally undertaken by Korean government, that is the formulation of special act. Now, the purpose of the act itself is basically focused on economic revitalization and community recovery. So these are the two major things. However, we'll come to see towards the end that a lot of this was not, or seems to be still missing in the special act itself. Following the special act, there was also a formulation of special presidential decrees. Now, these decrees can be considered like bylaws or special explanations to the special act that was formulated. There are three attachments to this enforcement decree, which is very important. The first is the specification of the subsidies, the amount, how much subsidies are there for deceased and injured. Secondly, the subsidies for property damages. And third, for the criteria of imposition of fines for any form of fraudulent activities that may be there. Now, interestingly enough, there is no provision for any other damages except physical damages. Minutes, I will deal with this, the special, some of the consideration and some of the issues that are there in the special legislation. Firstly, the Article 34 of the Special Act is quite unclear in its framing. It does not state any procedures for inadequate compensation. So there is a deliberation committee which oversees any claim. However, after that, what happens is pretty open. The Act only says, as per the National Compensation Act, which probably leaves room again for individual claims that can be brought against the government, which in its purpose essentially defeats the purpose of the Special Act, because the Special Act is there to handle these claims outside of court proceedings in an effective manner rather than relying on the National Compensation. Now, the current situation is that the investigative committee is already working, and one of the recent examples that was there was the EGS site had a sale of equipment. So all the materials used for the geothermal plant were sold. But however, there was an emergency order that was issued where, in order for the evidence to not get removed or lost, the materials were told to stay. A deliberation committee is also now, after the amendment to the Special Act, it's also organized. Again, the arbitrary number of 80% of compensation is there, which is surely going to be an issue for a lot of compensation mechanisms. And one of the key important things is it happened very close to actually Handong Global University, and schools were given exceptions, and in fact, some of them are also already compensated for any damages. However, private universities were not considered within this mechanism of compensation. So which is quite interesting.
There's a breach of the duty of care, and there's a liability of supervisors. That's Article 755, our Korean Civil Act, employer's liability for compensation, and also liability of person who ordered work to be done, and also joint tort fees. And the BESTEC is a German company, multiple and international experience in geothermal construction and operation experiences. So this is right now, I do not have access to any kind of contract between BESTEC and the Korean mother company, and the contracts between the companies, and for whatever reason, it's not released. And that's why, as far as I can tell, we should bring a litigation, private, public, national, and also international litigation to gather the information. Because in the contract, I guess, they will have very clear responsibility as to who designed it, who implemented, who supervised it. So without looking into contract, my guess is that it was the BESTEC, since they had the most experience, that they designed it, supervised it. Probably they invited all different other smaller companies. And then lastly, seismic risk insurance. They actually have earthquake insurance. So to gather the information and document, we must at least initiate a suit in South Korea, and also start a litigation in Germany. Thus, we will be able to gather the information in addition to the compensation. But more importantly, we find that exactly what happened through their contracts. So then next time we do something like this, we're able to have a more specific guideline, including bringing the insurance so that these things could be not only prevented, but could be compensated if something happens. So, and then probably, like you said, some arbitration process will be needed, built in, if this in the process.
But why don't we start our discussion by inviting Professor Chaeyeon Jung.
First, in the process of establishing or setting the standards for compensation or remedy after the Pohang earthquake, social divisions have been found in the Pohang local community due to a sense of deprivation based on the distinction between those who received appropriate compensation and those who did not. So in the case of Groningen, and I'd like to ask you if there was any similar experience regarding social integration issues. So I'm just curious if there was a controversy regarding the scientific evidence to prove the Groningen earthquake was induced. Accordingly, the Pohang Earthquake Special Act also regulates the establishment of trauma centers in the local community, and I'm just wondering whether there was a relevant long-term ongoing legal policy in Groningen that deals with the overall recovery of the citizens' mental health besides physical damages. So specifically, under the Korean law, we distinguish the concept of compensation as reparation and reward. So for this reason, it is difficult to claim state liability for compensation in cases such as the Pohang earthquake. So I'm wondering if you have any insightful thoughts or ideas about these legal theoretical issues to recognize the state's responsibility or accountability more flexibly. So finally, at the stage of drafting the Pohang Earthquake Special Act and Enforcement Decree, various limitations and problems were raised from the Pohang civil society, in particular from the perspective of procedural justice, plural or multiple composition of relevant committee, especially including citizens who can participate in the procedures such as damage or claim adjustment. has been strongly requested. So I'd like to ask you if there are any additional issues to be supplemented in the special act and relevant regulation in Pohang.
I don't know exactly what's going on there as well, because much money is at stake. I think 1-2 billion euros, but maybe very, well, how should I say it? It has to do with the governance. It has to do with the relationship between regional government and the central government. And the regional government and the regional companies, business have their wishes. But for me, it's not clear what the profit in it for the inhabitants of the province. And the policy making on this is not clear. The governance is completely untransparent. Nobody can explain me who is deciding on spending the money. And in my opinion, it would be wise to compensate that for helping people starting their lives, to get a life in a new route to forget all these problems. So don't neglect the position of the individuals instead of only building beautiful bridges and new woods maybe, or another highway. That's very important too, but don't forget the individuals.
And someone who is also a victim living in the area, and then also law professor. I'm interested into creating a procedure like you all have in maybe Netherlands or Germany, so that we will not have a situation like this in future. So we have a proper licensing and liability issue, and also bring in the insurance system, which if maybe make it as a law, or in Korea, those things are not really addressed. So I think that, what do you think, Professor the Harman Boring or the Professor Charles?
Hard question. In Groningen, it has very long been the case that everyone thought that gas extraction from this enormous Groningen field caused no problems at all, no environmental problems at all. Only very, very gradually, from the early 1990s, has it become clear that there were major environmental effects arising. In the beginning, they were weak and very modest, so that they were easy to deny by the company and also by the state. But in around 2005, with a few major 3.0 earthquakes, it was no longer possible to deny the relationship with gas extraction and the responsibility of the state next to the NAM, the operating company. So in my view, this enormous problem of all these damaged houses and buildings and soil subsidence and some more earthquakes being expected, this enormous problem has been greatly underestimated. It didn't have to be assessed seriously for many, many years, and it has slowly emerged as a disaster in slow motion. And with the emergence of this disaster came a lot of questions around who was responsible, what could be done about it, was there any insurance against it, what would be the social psychological effects on the population, what would be the procedural justice that could be developed here in order for people to be properly addressed and listened to in the process. And altogether, I think one can say that what would be needed the reinforcement operation, the damage compensation, the governance structures should have been set up 15 years ago. But they're only being set up during the past 5 or so years, and it's still far from appropriate, let alone being perfect. And we're learning all the time. And this goes at the cost of the victims and those who fear more damage and more earthquakes and not to be compensated properly. So going back to my earlier counter question, it was very important for the Netherlands to have this national safety board.
This, disaster, go away. I think, the Pohang citizens can start our project to reach out to the citizens in Groningen and start to organize a global network of victimized people. So I will do my best in that, directions. I promise you. All right, this is it. And I learned a lot, and this is a great opportunity. And I really appreciate, especially for the 2 Dutch gigantic professors' contribution. Thank you so much. Why don't we close our meeting today? Bye-bye.
Thank you.
네, 이 웹상에서의 세미나.
So it is called webinar these days. It is a combination of a web and seminar. So it felt like it was a full seminar. So the theme of the seminar was social and legal responses to induced earthquakes. We will have a break from now before continuing our presentations and discussion. And we will take a 10-minute break until 11:20. So please take a seat again after a short break. Thank you very much, and I will see you again very shortly.
함께하면 모든 것이 특별해지는 도시. 한반도에서 제일 먼저 해가 뜨는 곳이자 세계 최고의 철강 기업이 자리한 경북 제1의 항구 도시. 새로운 미래를 꿈꾸고 그 꿈을 현실로 만드는 도약의 땅. 알면 알수록 빠져드는 매력적인 도시. 여기는 포항입니다. 두근두근 가슴 뛰는 소리 들리시나요? 포항에서 마주하는 모든 순간은 설렘이 됩니다. 204km 해안선을 따라 펼쳐지는 수려한 해안 절경과 6개의 해수욕장, 그리고 도심 속 운하에서 즐기는 낭만 크루즈, 영남의 금강산이라 불리는 내연산 12폭포와 숨은 비경을 간직한 하옥 계곡, 천년고찰 보경사와 운제산 5호사 등 포항을 만나면 가슴 가득한 설렘은 어느새 감동이 됩니다. 동해 바다와 맞닿은 포항엔 다양한 수산물과 갖가지 먹을거리가 넘쳐납니다. 이젠 사계절 내내 맛볼 수 있는 포항의 명물 과메기와 매콤하면서 시원한 별미 포항 물회는 기본. 남다른 크기와 맛을 자랑하는 대게와 돌문어까지. 특히 대한민국 1미 특구 죽도시장에는 동해바다에서 나는 싱싱한 수산물은 물론 이곳에서만 맛볼 수 있는 포항의 맛들로 가득합니다. 이번엔 열정과 환희로 가득한 포항의 축제 속으로 들어가 볼까요? 한 해를 시작하는 가장 특별한 순간. 수많은 사람들의 소망과 희망이 모이는 곳이 있습니다. 전국 최대 해맞이 축전. 그 화려한 축제를 시작으로 10만 발의 화려한 불꽃이 영일만 밤바다를 수놓는 포항 국제 불빛 축제. 문화와 감동이 있는 포항 바다 국제 연극제는 공연 예술의 진수를 선사합니다. 깊어가는 가을엔 칠포 해변에서 매혹적인 재즈 선율에 빠져보는 것도 좋겠죠. 여기에 세계 유일의 스틸아트 페스티벌까지. 포항에선 삶이 곧 축제가 됩니다. 포항하면 바다, 바다하면 해양 스포츠죠. 사계절 적당한 바람과 파도가 있는 영일만, 그리고 도시를 가로지르며 넓게 펼쳐진 형산강은 해양 스포츠를 즐기기에 더없이 좋은 천혜의 환경을 자랑하는데요. 사계절 내내 즐길 수 있는 포항의 다양한 해양 스포츠는 남녀노소 누구에게나 인기입니다. 짜릿한 손맛은 기본, 특별한 추억까지 더하고 싶다면 장길리 복합 낚시공원을, 가슴속 끓어오르는 스포츠 열정을 쏟아내기엔 스틸야드와 포항 야구장만한 곳이 없겠죠. 포항의 역사를 만나려면 연호랑 새우녀 테마파크와 등대박물관, 사방기념공원이 제격이고요. 포항 예술의 놀라운 성장과 그 깊이를 들여다볼 수 있는 예술공간, 포항 시민의 여가 활동과 평생 학습을 책임지는 문화교육공간까지. 삶과 문화, 활력과 여유가 공존하는 도시. 포항에선 매 순간이 즐거움으로 가득합니다. 1970년대 영일만의 기적을 이룬 철강 산업도시 포항이 미래 첨단 산업도시로 또 한 번 도약합니다. 꿈의 기술로 불리는 4세대 방사광 가속기가 준공되면서 세계 유일의 3대 대형 가속기 클러스터 사업에 날개를 달았고, 포항시를 로봇 산업의 메카로 만들어줄 수중 로봇 복합 실증센터, 국민 안전 로봇 사업단까지 갖추어져 첨단 산업 도시 포항으로의 위상이 더 높아지고 있습니다. 과학기술 분야의 인재를 양성하는 일도 중요 과제. 포항의 브레인인 포스텍은 물론 다양한 지역 대학을 연계해 글로벌 인재를 양성하고 있으며, 첨단 산업의 기반이 되는 포스텍 산하 기초과학연구단과 한국로봇융합연구원 등을 비롯해 노벨 사관학교라 불리는 막스플랑크 한국연구소와 아시아태평양 이론물리센터 등 국제적 연구기관들이 산재해 있어 첨단 도시로의 인프라를 모두 갖추게 되었습니다. 지속 가능한 도시, 미래 첨단 산업 도시 포항의 입지를 더 굳건히 다지고 있습니다. 시민이 행복한 도시, 환경 친화적인 도시가 되려면 어떤 노력이 필요할까요? 포항시는 그린웨이 프로젝트에서 그 답을 찾고 있습니다. 사람과 도시, 생태와 문화, 산업과 경제가 서로 연결된 삶의 공간. 도시의 생명이 살아나며 시민이 행복한 녹색 생태 도시를 만드는 사업. 지속 가능한 경제 기반과 도시 환경이 조화롭게 공존하길 꿈꾸는 포항 그린웨이 사업은 센트럴 그린웨이, 오션 그린웨이, 에코 그린웨이로 이어져 도시의 생명을 불어넣고 시민 삶의 품격을 높여가고 있습니다. 여기에 형산강 프로젝트와 해오름 동맹이 더해지면서 행복한 도시, 살기 좋은 도시 포항이라는 목표에 한 걸음 더 다가서게 됐습니다. 뿐만 아니라 KTX와 포항공항으로 전국 반나절 생활권에 진입한 데 이어 동해 남중부선 복선 전철과 영일만항 인입선 등의 철도망, 환동의 물류 중심항인 영일만항까지 갖춰지면서 이제 포항은 한반도를 넘어 세계로 뻗어나가고 있습니다. 변화가 없다면 기대할 내일도 없습니다. 날마다 새로운 도전과 희망을 이야기하는 도시 포항. 매혹적인 관광 도시로, 환동해권 경제의 중심 도시로, 첨단 과학 도시로 미래를 향한 포항의 질주는 계속됩니다. 영원히 꺼지지 않는 대한민국의 불꽃. 여기는 포항입니다.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Dear participants, shortly the 2020 International Forum on Pohang earthquake will begin. It has been a short break, but I hope you are rested, so please take a seat. And I will introduce our speakers and panelists. Please come into the venue and take a seat.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2020 International Forum on Pohang earthquake will resume shortly. We will begin expert presentations and we will also have a discussion. Please take a seat. When we are ready, I will introduce our speakers and panelists.
우리 학창 시절에 쉬는 시간이
Do you remember the break in your school days? It was a very short 10-minute break, just like school days. But after I became an adult, the 10 minutes is such a short time. And we had only 10-minute break, so I'm very sorry about that. But we are wrapping up the break so that we can resume the forum. So many people are entering the venue as I speak, so I would like to thank you and please take a seat.
지금 이후에 이어지는 발표와 토론이
So we have a presentation and discussion, after which we will have a luncheon. So please cooperate with the organizer so that we can resume the forum.
네, 그럼 2020 포항 지진 3주년.
And now we will resume the 2020 International Forum on Pohang earthquake. And the first speaker will be talk about the recovery of a Pohang earthquake and direction of urban reconstruction. We invite Professor Yang Seung-woo from University of Seoul. Please welcome the speaker with a big hand.
여기는 포인터는 없나요? 이건 누르면 되네. 그리고 포인트는 요거. 네. 어이구, 이게 넘어가네. 요건 전 페이지고요. 이거 다음 페이지. 다음 페이지. 네, 안녕하십니까?
Good morning. As introduced, my name is Yang Seung-woo, professor of University of Seoul. And I major in urban design and urban regeneration. And my specialty these days is urban regeneration. So after the disaster, Pohang thought about how the city can rebuild itself. And the city asked me a question about the direction of urban reconstruction. In fact, I live in Seoul and I don't have much knowledge about Pohang city. So I thought that I could share the cases of other countries so that I can present the food for thought for Pohang City. The most important factor here in case of Pohang City, in November of 2017, Pohang City had a huge earthquake, and it was an unprecedented damage to the houses in the city, and about 2,000 people were displaced. So they had to stay at the shelter for a long time. So we realized that Korea is not a safe place from earthquake, so we have to prepare for disaster. So how can we prepare for future disasters? And my presentation is mostly about Japanese and Italian cases. They experienced numerous rounds of earthquakes in their countries and how they prepared for disasters and how they cared for displaced people so that they can go back to their daily lives. That is the focus of my presentation today. First, let me share the Japanese case. And this is the case I collected from the Ministry of Transportation in Japan, and there is a guideline established at the national level. So it is for every village in Japan. So when there is an earthquake, they should build a plan to reconstruct the village, and there is a guideline for that. And the guideline includes what is the village reconstruction system and what is the order of reconstruction. So Japan is well known for its manuals, and it is a very quality manual. And guidelines are used by cities, towns, and villages. And the disasters include earthquake and tsunami because they are very frequent in Japan. So when we look at the prior preparation, there are 5 parts. The first part is the system. What does that mean? Who will use which institution? So who is the authority? So when we build the disaster plan and when we make action on that plan. So for example, we have the urban planning division at Pohang City, and we have to think of the water-related division. There are many relevant players, and we also have to think about the order of action. There is a very organized manual in Japan. And we also need to provide a training, how we can train the officials in charge. So public servants who should make good on the plan need to be trained. And the next part is basic data. What kind of data we should use for building the map and plan. And at the city and town and village level, they need to set out the goal. So the 5 parts include the system, order, training, basic data, and the goal. So this is the structure of the manual. There was an East Japan earthquake in 2011 around the sea in the Miyagi prefecture. Due to this earthquake, in the city of Kesenuma, a high school building was hugely damaged. So the city built the Heritage Center on the site. So they would like to remember the damage they had to suffer. So they preserved the site. So it is one kind of a museum. And I visited the museum myself. And it is related to the end of my presentation, but when you visit the museum, it makes you feel like that it is the thing of the past. However, I believe that it is more desirable to have some type of a gallery which could entail updates. I know that it is important to show what happened in the past. However, when someone makes a visit to the place, they will never visit the place again because the exhibition is always the same. That is why I say that the concept of a gallery is better. So we have the gallery called Lias Ak Art Museum. I think this gallery is a very good example, and every quarter or every 6 months, they change the exhibits and they change the items on display. So that they can instill new thoughts into people's minds about earthquake. And it could lead public opinion, and it could drive the attention of the public. When we look at the reconstruction project in Japan, it comes down to to recovery of daily lives, even at the shelter. I think that was their focus. So when we look at the Japanese projects, they had two types of housing readjustment. One project is a land readjustment project. They arrange land again so that they can build houses on that land. And the second type is disaster prevention village relocation project. The people used to live there, but because of the earthquake, the village was damaged. And the project provides a new place to live for victims. And when they built the relocation place, on top of that, their focus was to ensure their way of lives. So instead of just building houses for the victims, they built community facilities, and they also built facilities for citizens together, and they tried to ensure the previous way of life as much as possible. Although citizens suffered a lot, through the project, citizens could go back to their ordinary lives once again. And that is the focus of the reconstruction project in Japan. So in details, so there is a relocation project, as I mentioned, and they also rearranged the public housing, and they also conducted a land readjustment project. In addition, there was a tsunami-related rearrangement project, and Japan has been the long-term victim of earthquake. So just like the 5-year plan for urban planning, every 3 years and every 5 years, Japan used to build a plan to prepare for the earthquake. So there is a linkage between plans for cities and towns in Japan. So for example, this is the place where the earthquake happened in the past, and Japan built public housing swiftly for the victims so that they could maintain their way of lives. Japan considers this very important. Unlike Korea, Japan has a long history. Even from the Edo period, there was a particular type of land. So when there is a fire on a particular land, the victim could move to another land. So they secured this empty land for potential victims. I think today's Japan also inherited this kind of system. So when they conduct relocation project, the focus was to maintain the community of the village. So although they have to stay at the provisional facility for the time being, they can still do the same thing. For example, they can play chess with their members of the community. And at least they can secure the place and program for their daily activities. So although they suffered from the earthquake, they might find the energy to go back to their daily lives. That is the idea of the reconstruction project in Japan. So this is the example of Kesen-Numa City. So this is the earthquake hit area. I'm sorry, it was not an earthquake, it was a tsunami. So this area was swamped with water, so the village was relocated. And it might be different from the Pohang City's case. However, what's important here is that the idea of maintaining the daily lives of the victims, I think that is quite meaningful. Now let me move on to the Italian case. In 2012, in the area of Emilia-Romagna, there was an earthquake. And 4 cities and smaller villages, which is Mirandola, San Peluche, and these villages experienced the earthquake. They built provisional houses for the victims. And in Italia, in case of earthquake, their focus is different from Japan. Italy has historical sites, and they focus on historical resources when they conduct regeneration of the city. So these are the activities they conducted, and even before the earthquake, just like Korea, Italy doesn't have a huge population in suburban areas. So the plan also included previous urban issues. So in case of Pohang City, the plan did not only think about the earthquake-related issues. The plan also included issues which were already present even before the earthquake, and it also included issues related to aging population, and it became the plan for urban reconstruction, and I believe it is a more effective direction. So what's important here is the social and economic recovery. When we think of economic recovery, that means we can make more profits. And in case of social recovery, we can think about strengthening communities and making the communities more sustainable. Of course, the city had existing problems, and we can also work on the damaged villages which were destructed even before the earthquake. So we have the reconstruction plan and reconstruction project, just like the urban planning and urban project in Korea. And there are also specific projects at a smaller scale. So in case of Emilia-Romagna, when we look at the characteristic of the damaged city, they were smaller cities which were industrialized. So they have advanced industrial technology, but the size of the city was small. But Italy, most of the cities have a long history, but compared to other cities, those cities did not have much historical resources. However, through the reconstruction project, they identified historical resources and developed those resources, and they restructured the city in general, and they changed the way of their economic activities. That means it was a combination of urban planning and reconstruction plan at the same time. And that is the characteristic of the Italian case. And just like Japan, their goal was to reconstruct the daily lives of victims. Before the earthquake, people led their lives in a certain way, and the plan carefully thought about how they can recover the old way of life. And these are specific activities conducted by each city, and I don't have to talk about these in details. I think you can have a look. So they thought about what kind of housing they would provide. It could be provisional houses, or it could be a housing lease. So there was a detailed discussion before they built the plan. In case of provisional facilities, all of them look like this, and they are removed within 6 years. And we try to help the victims go back to their old ways of life after they go back to their old houses. And 6 years is not a short time. That is why we have to secure and provide place, environment, and program for people to maintain their way of life. And this is a very important picture when we talk about urban reconstruction. And what I focus here is educational facilities and physical activity facilities. They should be included in the plan. The students have to go to school. And just because they are now staying at the provisional facilities, they shouldn't be scattered around the different schools because of the capacity issue. And after 1, 2, or 3 years, from the perspective of students, they might feel lost. That is why we have to secure a similar environment for students so that they can continue receiving education in a similar environment. That is just another idea to help people maintain their existing lifestyles. I think it is also reflected in the case of Italy. So let me share my conclusion. The case of Japan and Italy, they could provide implications for the Korean case. It could be fortunate that, but at the same time, it could be an obstacle. So for Korea, disasters occur locally, and it doesn't happen often. But for the recovery of local area, it is harder to build a plan, so it could be an obstacle. Pohang City experienced earthquake, and in 2017, it was a big issue, even for me, but I forgot about that for the past 3 years. I sometimes thought that Pohang City could have built the plan. They might be doing well, but I didn't know much about that. In 2017, it was an important national issue, but it has been forgotten with time. So I introduced the concept of gallery, and I present the idea of moving gallery so that you can inject new ideas into people's minds and you can remind people of the importance of the issue. And I repeatedly explained this concept in the presentation. We have to think about the victims. Although they are staying somewhere else, we have to help them maintain their existing lifestyles. So we have to analyze their existing lifestyles, and we have to provide relevant programs, and we have to secure the similar environment for them. On that note, even today, we have experts, but I believe that we have citizens here as well. And we can invite representatives from each walks of life in the city so that we can enrich the forum and we can reflect their voice in the recovery plan. And I believe we have that kind, if we have that kind of a plan, we can be more effective in initiating the plan. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 발표해 주신
Thank you, Professor Yang. Please give him another round of applause. He touched upon the urban revitalization. You know, the words itself sounds very logical, but after listening to his presentation, the topic needs to understand the people's daily lives from many different perspectives. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. And the second presentation will be delivered by Dr. Sung-woo Yang. Actually, the time is very limited, and this international forum has a very tight schedule. So I was very surprised to see the schedule at the first time. So this is really a platform where many participate to exchange their opinions. So please understand the time is very limited and be punctual. So next presenter is Dr. Han-bu Young at Korea Research Institute for Local Administration. He will touch upon economic revitalization and community recovery plan. Please welcome him. Hello everyone, I am Bu Young-han. Today, I'd like to talk about the economic revitalization and community recovery plan. I think it's very important and critical issue, but since the time is very limited, so if possible, I'd like to focus on the main thing I want to deliver today. The community. What is the community? Then actually that means all of us, ourselves. Community means us, we, ourselves. Then what is us? When it comes to Pohang, it is largely about we, our village, and our community. The most important thing when it comes to the community is what happened after the disaster is that if we are not revitalizing economic situation, the community has never been recovered. So when it comes to the community, we think it is a historical community or regional community or cultural and economic community. But the Pohang in our neighborhood should coming back to the pre-disaster and pre-event situation. That is the big task we have to resolve. After the disaster happens, at the very beginning or right after of the disaster, people got together to help each other. But after time goes by, it has been divided into a couple of groups. Victims, direct victims and indirect victims are the two main groups who have been devastated by the disaster economically, or they are the one who very actively engaged in all the other activities. And also there are some other people who are not affected by the disaster, but worrying about some other indirect economic result. And these things lead to some difficulties to resolve or recover a sense of a community. Actually, we have to consider the stress at the same time. And as they experience the event, they build up some stress. And as they need to stay in some temporary shelter, they also experience some stress. If we fail to overcome such kind of stresses, we never recover the sense of community as well. Another thing we have to consider is communication or understanding. If we communicate fully and understand each other, then it might lead to recovery of the local economy. But if you look into the issues in Pohang City, the central government has engaged in to cause many other issues, actually. So Pohang City and Gyeongbuk-do province government and central government are collectively and cooperatively carrying out some responsibilities for the victims of Pohang citizens according to some constitutions and the laws to protect the people from the disaster. But we doubt it. So to respond to their responsibility, they want to bind us and unite us into one. Then they just build some physical facility where people can get together to take part in some common programs. So they are implementing it. If you look into the Ansan City case, who experienced the Seowolho ferry event, we are following the same special act. So they believe if we are having some physical facility, the community can be recovered sooner. In case of Hungye in Pohang City, they still have some community sense. So we need to build a village as a local community. The locality, which means Pohang City, and some share economy or share activity where people can work together. And the local businesses should come together to build a single village community. But what we really want is to build economic community. That can happen through the economic revitalization. Then the Pohang City can be united one, and Pohang can be considered as a place where people can live their own without many difficulties. So far, we had some profit businesses, but in the future, social enterprises supported by the government should sustain the local economy and create the decent jobs. Otherwise, it might have a lot of difficulties to recover the community. So the profit from the local businesses should coming back to the local community. Then it can be a best way to revitalize the economic situation in the local area. It looks very complex, but it's simple. What I'm trying to say is that these kind of players should work together to make the recovery happen faster. One of the things the government is carrying out currently is the intermediary organization. It's distributing the help for the local activities, and the other is a cooperative way. So we are kind of giving some momentum for the people to get together to promote their work to recover the community. The first presenter talked about the international cases. I'd like to cover a couple of them. Domestically, there are many cases we can refer to. One good example is Seongmi-san community. As you are well aware, residents build alternative schools in Seoul. Actually, the real estate values in Seoul is really skyrocketing, and they build the public houses that are operated by this community. And also the residents are creating a very creative way to have their own child caring and elderly caring centers and the services. And this is a very good example we can refer to. I am very sorry for that. I'm not good at working with this remote controller. In case of Ansan City, they have the community building program that I participated in. Actually, they have big intervals in Ansan. In case of Pohang, since I am working for the government agency of Korea Research Institute for Local Administration, I have a pretty good understanding about Gyeongsangbuk-do province and Pohang-si. But the Ansan city is very different from the Pohang and Gyeongsangbuk-do. So in case of Ansan, the understanding of the victims and the other citizens are pretty far away. So they can't be integrated into one group. And they don't understand the sufferings of the victims, actually. There had a lot of clashes between the victims and the other lay citizens in Ansan City. So we had a lot of work to build some unified community between the two. Before having the tragic event, there was a big community. But the situation varied depending on the household. So we built and developed one single program. In the process of developing the program, we had an interview with the family of the victims. We implemented the program, but let alone the program development. While in the process of developing the program, we feel like the victims and the lay citizens enhanced their mutual understanding. And these are the international cases. This is the case of the city of Rochester. I think you may understand the Rochester situation. At the center of the city, they began agricultural farming. This is the home to Kodak because the camera and the film industry have been declined. And when they are revitalizing their city, they turn to agriculture. What I mean is that the Pohang City, which is victimized by the earthquake, we need to introduce this kind of policies. The industrialized city of Pohang, actually industry is a kind of a best environment for the city to develop. But we can introduce this new approach. That means we can just have a big wide field in the center of the city, which shows we are safe from many other natural disasters. So there are a lot of lessons we can get from the Rochester case. And also in Japan, after their East Japan earthquake, I actually visited Japan to witness the case. The people used to live in 20 kilometers away from the nuclear power plant. So I just went there to had an interview with the residents. They experienced the huge earthquakes, but still they having many rebuilding programs and many other activities to get together. Let me just show you some pictures. In case of Japan, they had some separate ministry of revitalization under the central government. The one who is sitting next to me is the minister, and he is the National Assembly member. And we sat together to have an interview. And we talk about how they're going to recover that area damaged by the earthquake. They not only focus on the recovery of a community, but also economic revitalization. I will be brief on that part because it was explained by the first presentation. And this is the interview that I had with some local administrative officials. And the person who is sitting in the middle is the city mayor of the area damaged by the earthquake. That is the nearest to the epicenter. And many people still live in the temporary shelter, and I had an interview with them. They want to go back to their normal lives and the normal community, and they had a lot of difficulties, and we discussed about that. And these are the meetings led by the residents. And this is the trauma center to heal the victims. There were many students who used to live in that building, but that students who work in the Tokyo went back to that village to help the remaining residents. In case of Germany, their top priority is treat the trauma and then move on to the community building. So it gives us good lessons. Then how we can recover sooner and quicker. And our solution is to building a project or the facility where 3 different groups of people can get together. When they get together, what kind of occasion is required for them to get together? So the program is really important. It is kind of required by the Korean law. So I understand you are preparing for that. But the important thing is the community, and when you are developing the program, Pohang City should actively support that. And the other thing is that citizen groups should take part in that process. So we can create the governance between the three players. Then we can make the best programs to recover the community. What I feel today is that Pohang City, compared to the other cities, is pretty big. And you are financially and administratively very stable. But still, residents and citizens of Pohang don't trust the government. That's my personal impression. They need to work together with the local government officials, then that will be a very good and powerful access to develop and implement recovery program. So when it comes to the cooperation between the private and public sectors, they need to do it more efficiently. And the second thing is that the role of the intermediary organization is really critical. So we need to have one. This is about the facility. So when we are developing the community restoration program, residents, citizens, regardless of victims and non-victims, should get involved to develop the program. I think that's most important. And we need to listen to opinions of the residents and NGOs. Then we can create quality program. When I just developed program in Ansan City, as you are well aware, families of victims were in very difficult situation. We created a workshop for them to get to better. And one of them said that what I learned from that workshop can be shared with the general residents and general citizens. But as covered by the press, the general people do not want to listen to me. I was impressed to hear that, because the victims and their families also want to join the community, but the general citizens feel afraid of being together with the victims. I can't explain it further, but we had to be very careful when we are making some remarks when we had the Sewol ferry events. So the government officials were very, not that much active in making all-out efforts. So the program itself should include 3 to 4 different groups of people, from the victim, direct and indirect victims, and the lay people. But important thing is that the number of victims is very limited, and they are vulnerable. So their participation should be more encouraged. If we are face on with our trauma, it's much easier to overcome that. So we need to develop a new one program for for the trauma treatment. In the community facility in the Netherlands, there was a big playground, outdoor playground. That means if people sweat together by working out or exercising something together, then they feel close much faster than the other activities. So that might be a good thing we can think about for the Pohang's facility. Sometimes the program can be suggested by the experts or the citizens group. So we need to open a channel to listen to the more opinions, because the urban regeneration have been covered by the first presentation, so I'd like to skip it. I want to just highlight one thing about urban regeneration. We need to build these villages where the teenagers feel proud of that. Pohang is very good position. It has 2 prestigious universities. So the residents in the Hungye area should deepen their relations with the volunteers. They can study together in the facility, and they can they can learn English together. We need to implement some new programs that have never been implemented in other areas. For example, if you study in the facility, you can study well, and you can excel at school and go into the better universities, things like that. Then we can create some program where teenagers can be proud of. Then there will be very successful. And in that multi-purpose facilities for the community, as I mentioned earlier, it should be built in the bigger area, and it should be safe shelter even when we are having the earthquake. It should be very safe from the earthquake. This facility can serve as the shelter during the natural disasters. While we are having the international seminar, what we have to remember is that in the city of Pohang, we cannot say that Pohang is totally safe from the earthquake. Even though there is an earthquake, we will not experience the severe damages as we did in the 2017. If that is the consensus or agreement we will get from this international forum, then that's the success. So the main player and the activities we have to have for the facility. So the facility should include everyone, not only the victims, but also just the general citizens as well. People, and in particular, the teenagers should get together to study together. Then that is really meaningful. So that's it. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Please give Mr. Han another big hand. The local community is a comprehensive topic, but it is a core part of our local existence. So it was the topic of his presentation. And we will have the third speaker from Pohang Earthquake Trauma Center, which is new. And we invite the head of the center, Mr. Lee Young-yeol. He is conducting various activities. And with the theme of psychological recovery and life stabilization after earthquake outbreak, we will listen to his presentation. Please welcome Mr. Lee with a big hand.
요것만 누르면 되네. 예, 방금 소개받은.
As introduced, my name is Lee Young-yeol. I believe that the important mission for the last speaker is to shorten the presentation so that we could be on time. So I will try to be brief as much as possible. I know that two previous speakers delivered great presentations, and I think I can deliver a consistent message. And my topic is life stabilization and psychological recovery. And after stabilizing our lives, I believe that we can naturally achieve psychological recovery. We talked about community development and recovery of the urban environment. All these activities could comfort the Pohang citizens, but let me focus on psychological aspect and life stabilization. And I will share factors which would damage our stabilization in the mind and how we can improve the status of mental health for Pohang citizens who have suffered from the earthquake before. And let me share what kind of activities we have conducted after the opening of the center. And from August to September this year, we conducted a survey on the mental health of victims. And based on the outcome, we found new facts and how we can use these facts to stabilize the community and mental health, and what kind of support we have to provide. That is the order of my presentation. It was a triggered earthquake, and the national budget was allocated. It was about 920 million won, so we could open the trauma center. But Pohang City is supporting in many aspects. So the center, I'm very proud of the center. We opened in December, and it has been almost 1 year. I have to mention the triggered earthquake. We watched the video clip at the beginning of the forum, and I was actually in the video. At the time of earthquake, I was a government servant at the Ministry of Welfare, and I came to Pohang and serving at the review committee. And you could notice me, a bald guy, in the video clip. And back then, when I was having an interview with the citizens, I didn't understand. Just by injecting water into the ground, does it cause an earthquake which is destructive to people? I didn't believe that. I cannot say that it was disillusion, but I thought that it was caused by anxiety of the people. I thought it was groundless, and I told them you shouldn't be obsessed with the idea of a triggered earthquake. And just like Pohang, when I was an official at the Ministry of Welfare and Health and Welfare, there were groundless rumors. There will be 1 or 2 small earthquakes, and there will be a huge third earthquake, which will lead to an unprecedented disaster. And people and my family members and friends called me to get out of the site. There were red placards which were protesting against the situation. But when I heard that it turned out to be a triggered earthquake indeed, I was very shocked personally. What do I have to tell the people when I meet them again? I was so worried. And after that, we found out the activities of geothermal power plants, and we saw the process, and watching the government responses, I was puzzled. But I cannot realize how much painful it was to the victims. And it has been 3 years. However, the victims are still showing signs of PTSD. And it is similar to Sichuan province victims and Fukushima area victims. So it was a triggered earthquake. It could be the interest of researchers, but at the same time, compared to the physical damage, this case showed a high level of psychological damage. So it is an example to remind the importance of psychological effects. We are located in Hunghae. We have a 5-story building, and we are using 2 stories of that building, and it is about 554 square meter, and we have a program room and stabilization room, and we have 9 staff. And I'm the head of the center, and I'm the specialized physician. And we built the vision to support the comprehensive mental health of Pohang citizens. And under the Medical Act, only hospitals can provide the prescriptions, so we cannot do that. But other than that, we provide consulting services of medical doctors. So we provide comprehensive services and in cooperation with the local community. I will mention this at the end of my presentation, but I'm using this mask cord, and this was developed by our center in cooperation with the local community. And we surveyed the trauma level, and for the reinforcement of resilience, we nurture people who are specialized in disaster. And we also invited earthquake victims to provide consulting to the victims in Pohang City. So they share the pain of earthquake. So we are providing this kind of program as well. We cannot provide medicine to the patients, but instead we are using medical equipment. So we work on their frontal lobe, and we have physical trauma and psychological trauma. And in case of physical trauma, it is the nerve response. So we can use this kind of equipment. And people are sensitive to vibration and sound. So when we mix painful response and not painful response, we can mitigate painful response. So we provide a sound wave bath for the victims, and we also provide a stimulation with relaxing music so that we can mitigate the nerve response. And the satisfaction level with this medical equipment is even higher than consulting session with myself. So I believe that this is the desirable direction we are taking. And we provide psychological education. And this program might be the same as the program provided at the department store, but it is not the same. We are focused on victims. We tell them to stop thinking and move their body. But to stop thinking is not an easy thing. They always jump to the negative conclusion in their mind. But we can ease that thinking through our program. And the physical trauma leads to a nerve response, but mediation and breathing can help them. So we provide such therapy to the victims based on diverse programs, and we invite the local community to participate in the programs. So it is not about an individual victim. It is about the recovery of the entire city. And up until now, the number of visitors, there were not many people visiting our center because of the COVID-19 crisis. But when we think of 1 month as 20 days, and every month we have 40 to 50 visitors. And our focus project is, as I mentioned, is active participation of the residents. And due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we are adopting the untagged format. And we would like to expand the scope to children and people with disabilities. And we would like to also provide consulting services for COVID-19 crisis. And we conducted a survey on the mental health status of Pohang citizens. And we do not have sufficient data on victims. That is why we conducted the survey. And the most frequently used survey is a research conducted in 2019, and it included about 500 people, and a professional research organization conducted the survey based on the samples who are older than 19, and 41.8% of the entire population is about the high-risk group of trauma. But when we focus in Hunghae and Bukgu district, we do not have data on those population. So we wanted to conduct a focus survey on those people. And we have a president of Handong University and POSTECH. We could secure data from POSTECH, and we asked Professor Chong at Handong University to share data with us. And we had a focus group, and through this survey, we could set the future direction of our programs. And we could collect the data for which will be the foundation for future activities. And we conducted focus group interviews. And about 10% of the families whose homes were destructed participated in the survey. And we talked to people at the gym, and we talked to visitors at the trauma center. So they are victims who were hit the hardest because of the earthquake. And it started in September, and we wrapped up the interview. And it was a great opportunity to share this outcome at this forum. And we used the generalized anxiety disorder, which is the same measurement used by POSTECH. And when we look at the outcome, we had much more women compared to men. And we have people who lived in that area for a long time. Half of them lived here for more than 30 years. So we didn't expect this long-term residency, but when we looked at POSTECH research, we found out that most of the people who suffered a lot were senior citizens, female, and who lived in Hunghae and Bukgu for a long time. So the sample quality was good. And most of the symptoms were mental and behavior disorders, and they also said that they have nausea and they have hypertension. And what we have to focus on is PTSD symptoms. And POSTECH survey considered mild symptom as high risk. However, our survey was conducted 2 years after, so we found out that 60% of the victims have mild symptoms. But when we look at high-risk people, it accounts for 40%. So it is a similar level to Sichuan province and East Japan earthquake. So although the magnitude was smaller, the damage was similar. So people say that they are very sensitive. When they hear vibration from the cell phone, they react overly to such vibration. This goes the same to all the population in Pohang, and I believe that it is definitely related to the earthquake. And they are very frequent symptoms, especially people who live in separate buildings are shocked more. And when we look at their symptoms in details, people are relieved that it is a triggered earthquake. But however, they are still concerned over potential natural disasters. In Guryongpo area, during the storm season, so many residents visited our center because they felt different this year. I believe that it was the impact of the earthquake because they are now more sensitive to disaster. So they have a higher level of anxiety about this disaster. So the conclusion is that they want to leave the city. So we have to look at this result carefully. 65% of respondents, 85% of them who have lived here for longer than 10 years. Half of them have lived here for more than 30 years, but they want to leave their hometown. This is noteworthy. And we can talk about many things at the community level. However, what could be the index for the community? But I believe that if people are gathered, it is a good community. And if people are scattered, it is a bad community. And this is the current situation. And when we look at the difficulties people are having after the earthquake, there is a huge proportion of mental health. It is one of the top issues. And they ask for help when they have mental problems. But the actual help provided was more of unprofessional help. So we need to expect a bigger role played by a professional organization such as a trauma center. And most of the respondents have never visited our center. However, we promoted our center during the interview and they promised that they will pay a visit to the center. So we have to identify more visitors in the future. But what's encouraging is that the mental problems are the most frequent and most severe. However, for the past 3 years, it showed the biggest progress. So it is very inspiring. So we can think of two factors. If we leave them alone, the mental health will be improved. So we can just leave it alone without working on that. However, when we think it on the opposite side, we can say that the mental health can be improved independently. So if we make a huge investment, I think we can see much more benefits. This is another way of interpretation on this data. And many respondents answered that they got help from the trauma center and the satisfaction level was high, but the equipment therapy showed the highest satisfaction level. And resilience was higher among visitors. So I believe that we have to further promote our center to help our citizens. And the self-recognition became higher among visitors. And we had the focus group interview, and this is the survey. So we talked to 7 citizens and 7 experts. And we analyzed anticipatory anxiety, and they always look for place to hide for potential disaster. And some of them had a panic attack. So they make efforts to overcome their anxiety. And they said that they have anxiety about social relationships with other people because they have distrust in other people and they have negative feeling about building a relationship with other people. So we have to focus on this at the community level. And access is a problem for many people. Still, many people suffered from the earthquake in Namgu district, and people with disabilities, they have a hard time visiting the center, so we have to work on this problem. And the anticipatory anxiety has expanded to other types of disasters. This is a very concerning result. And people are not satisfied with remedy and compensation. So let me share the conclusion. It has been 3 years. However, the psychological impact has not been solved. And in particular, in Pukgu district and Hunghae, 60% of the citizens have PTSD symptoms, and 40% of them are categorized into high-risk group. And anxiety is the most serious symptom. They have anticipatory anxiety, and they show expansion of the scope of anxiety into other disasters. So we have to provide psychological support, but at the same time, at the city level, we have to conduct various programs to make people feel safer in Pohang City. We have to make them comfortable in the city. I think this is a very important activity from our side. And it was very new to me. On November 15th, it was designated as a safety day in Pohang. I'm not from Pohang myself, but I didn't know about Safety Day. So these efforts should be promoted further to more people. And if it is possible, I hope we would have monthly safety day in the city. I think we have to talk about these issues. And the trauma center provides proved benefits. So we have to strengthen our infrastructure by securing more equipment. And we have to conduct a follow-up study. And maybe next year. And after the follow-up study, we can conduct study on the entire population. And as you said, centering on the trauma center, we provide various activities, but we need more. We have to tap into local resources. Instead of focusing on individual recovery, we have to think about the recovery of the entire city. So it should be a stepping stone to a better Pohang City. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 발표해 주신 이영렬 센터장님.
Please give him another round of applause. Many press and media outlets are covering Pohang earthquake for those who are not directly affected by the earthquake. And if you go to the video website, it shows some video which covers the very shocking the earthquake event back then. It's not that difficult to find the videos, and through the video we can see what kind of and how seriously the trauma is going on with the victims of the earthquake. I sincerely ask you to go on your researches in the future too. Now we'd like to have a panel discussion, and there will be a separate moderator with 4 discussants. So they will join us on that panel discussion. I'd like to introduce you the discussant and the moderator. If your name is mentioned, please come up to the podium. And Dr. Han Bu-young and Center Leader Lee Young-yeol and Professor Kim Kwang-hee of Busan National University, and Mr. Yang Man-jae, Vice Head of November 11th Geo Summer Joint Study, and the moderator will be Seoul National University Professor Lee Gang-geun. Please give them a big hand.
자, 그리고
And as you can see it, the presentation materials will be updated online. If you go to our official website, all the materials will be updated later on, so please refer to that. Professor Lee Gang-geun, floor is yours. Hello, everyone. Great to see you, Pohang citizens, and the many distinguished experts who are here and also joining us online. Great to see you. I am Professor Lee Gang-geun, also the former head of Pohang, the earthquake study group, the research team. I am also the moderator of this discussion. And I'd like to introduce you the discussant first. We have Dr. Han Bu-young, who made a presentation about the economic revitalization and community recovery plan. And we have Mr. Young-yeol Lee from the Pohang Earthquake Trauma Center. He touched upon psychological recovery. And we also, during the presentation of Professor Lee Jin-han, he said the one professor shake his hands when he delivered seismic data. We have Professor Kim Kwang-hee of Busan National University. And this is very special person. When I led that research and investigation team, he presented many new research data. And I can say that he made my life difficult back then because he just gave me a lot of data about the earthquake. And now I'd like to present you Mr. Yang Man-jae of November 15th Geothermal Joint Investigation Team. When I that was the first challenge I faced when I joined that investigation team. When I worked as the leader of that investigation team, I tried to keep myself from that emotional factor. Instead, I'd like to focus on the scientific and objective facts to find out the cause. After we are making the result announcement, we created the TF to stabilize the area around the geothermal power plant. After that, the task before us might be keep people safe from the additional shocks or earthquake after that, and to recover the Pohang and its community to the fame before the disaster. These two are very important, but not my subject matter and the field of interest, but these are very realistic and practical area we need to discuss further and develop some ideas. So we have listened to many presentations which are directly related to these two topics. And many are joining us online and offline. So we'd like to ask the discussant to talk about their presentations, and we also open the floor not only for the physical participants but also for the online participants. I'd like to begin with Dr. Yang to share his opinions.
사실은 전공이
In fact, my major is urban reconstruction after disaster. But I ended up collecting the cause of the earthquake, and I focused on finding the cause of the triggered earthquake. And I read a lot of literature on that topic. And 3 presentations talked about direction of urban reconstruction and economic revitalization and psychological recovery. They shared many ideal ideas. So instead of starting an argument here, let me share some points to think about. So after the disaster, Pohang City, especially in Hunghae and Pukgu district, the direction of urban reconstruction after disaster should think about the potential risk of another round of earthquake or another type of natural disasters. I believe that we need to set the principle first before building the specific plan. So before working on the process ourselves, I believe that we need a firm foundation of principles. The United Nations has presented 10 principles about recovery from disaster, and there are relevant papers. So I believe that it could be a great research topic. And what is the keyword of urban reconstruction? We have the term resilience. Urban regeneration is the meaning of the word. And before the earthquake and after the earthquake, what kind of changes have been there for Pohang City? So after the disaster, what kind of changes were there? I think we need a clear indicator about those changes. Community resilience could be one indicator, and economic resilience could be another one, and there would be changes to the population and the physical infrastructure. So simply put, the buildings, seismic design could have experienced the changes in the city as well. And Professor Lee Gang-geun mentioned that, and I got some data from the books I read. And two Italian scholars published this book of urban resilience, and they set out the indicators themselves. And in Hunghae, to rebuild that area, I analyzed 10 cases, and I found out that the most important thing is people in the area. We have to think of the leader who will play the leading role in the recovery of the village. So we need the leader, and the leader should organize people. And what's important here is to build the relationship based on different interests. And we might hire an outside contractor for 3 years by paying them out. That was the typical type of project. And there are successful cases. And one more thing. We heard from the head of the trauma center, and he mentioned that we might have a safety day every month. However, if we repeatedly focus on safety, we might give the impression that this city is really unstable. And last year, at an international forum in Seoul, one scholar from Germany, I don't remember his name, but he said off the record that the price of property in Pohang was decreasing because of the earthquake, and he said, you should buy some in Pohang because there will be no future earthquake in Pohang, so you should buy property. So there is an expectation that there will be no further earthquake in Pohang City. So recently, fortunately, there could be 2.0 magnitude earthquake in the future in Pohang, but there will be no strong earthquake. On that note, Pohang is not a dangerous city. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and due to storm and typhoon, we are still in the middle of trauma. However, on the other hand, the city of Pohang is taking a step in a safer direction. And to be safer, we are hosting this type of a forum, and scientists are pulling their wisdom to move in that direction. That's it from my side.
Thank you very much. As we proceeded with the morning session, we are behind our schedule, so we're going to set our target to finish this morning session. Our target and due time will be 1:05. That will be our finish time. And Professor Kim Kwang-yeol, I think you feel assured today. So would you please share your feeling today? Hello everyone, I am Kim Kwang-yeol. I'm not sure I am the right fit in this discussion. As you are well aware, I am studying the seismic events, and I had a chance to study the Pohang event. But here is the place to talk about economic vitalization and the city reconstruction and recovery of psychological and mental trauma. So I'm not sure if I am a right fit to this panel discussion. So while listening to the presentation, I just think about what I can share with you. before having the Pohang earthquake, I just tried to think about what is my impression about the Pohang city. And after experiencing Pohang city, I frequently visit to Pohang. I build some my impression about this city. And the houses and the area that I used to know, I'm just trying to think how these areas will be redeveloped as we carry out some urban reconstructions and what kind of expectation we can have for the future of Pohang city. From this perspective, actually Pohang is the city for me to visit for the first time when I was a high schooler. I visited Gyeongju city and coming down to Pohang city throughout the field trip. And during my college years, I came to Pohang to touch the fossil for the first time in my life. You understand what is fossil is. But interesting thing is that in Pohang area, there are a lot of fossils around. If you go outside of this building, if you just try to touch the dirt and go a little closer to the mountain area, the soil and dirt in this area is different from the soils in other area. It's a little, the dry. If you break it little down, you can see very easily the fossils of a leaf or some insects. It's not that difficult to find the fossils around your area. And Pohang, to me, is the area which is known for Yeongil Bay and Guryongpo area and many other famous areas. Every corner, I feel you have a very unique characteristics. And very recently, we experienced the earthquake. And throughout that earthquake, one of the narrative we try to deliver is that why the area of Pohang is getting global attention scientifically. Of course, it is very unfortunate and sad to experience earthquake, but it happened anyway. As time goes by, and as we enact and establish new acts, there are more opportunity for people to receive compensation. So how we can make most of our past the earthquake and make them into a chance to develop our science and knowledge. When it comes to earthquake, in particular Pohang event, it has a little simple mechanism. In the past, the Pohang area, when we are developing this area, we have a special purpose. So we carried out geological survey compared to the other areas because we had specific reasons. So if you look into the trend of the earthquakes in Pohang, the potential earthquake in the future can be expected to some degree. And if we study it a little further, then we can prevent many of the earthquakes that can happen not only in Pohang, but also Korea, but also many other cities and places around the world. So our experiences of Pohang can be our resources and assets. So if we collect all of that, and if we offer some platform where students and lay people can join together and experience that past experience, then there will be a great dedication to build the community. And as one of the speakers mentioned, our teenagers and youth might take a big pride in the place of Pohang. So Pohang can be reborn as a new place to encompass earthquakes and natural disaster or natural events. So maybe we can build some museum or gallery to show that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Yang Man-jae mentioned resilience, and the indicator and direction were mentioned, and Professor Kim talked about Pohang prior to the earthquake. It was the mecca of industries, and it was the mecca for heavy industries in Korea. And it was a city of education because it has Post-Tech and Handong University. An accelerator symbolized Pohang as the city of advanced science. And it will be recovered to even a higher level in the future. So I think we have to take, I wanted to take comment from the floor first and moved on to the online platform. But I think we have to take turns. One from the floor and one from the online platform because of a time constraint. So let me open the floor first. Do you have any opinions or comments or questions? We have microphones in the venue. So please raise your hand if you have any comment. Please come forward. But please be brief when you present your opinion. So after the earthquake, I organized a civil organization on the earthquake, and I'm the director of the organization. And this is the forum marking the 3rd anniversary of the earthquake, and it has very productive topics. It is important, however, it has been 3 years, and citizens in Pohang should believe that there will be no future earthquakes in Pohang. That is why we have to think about how we can manage the geothermal power plant site so that we could prevent future earthquakes. We have to instill trust into citizens. And second, I have a question for the head of the trauma center. So we have the special act which passed the National Assembly, and it will come into force very soon. But as you mentioned, there is a huge impact on people's psychological health. Just like Sichuan province and East Japan earthquake cases, the psychological damage was huge here in Pohang City. When we look at the enforcement decree, psychological damage was considered injury. So we have many citizens suffering from psychological damage, and if they go to hospital, it is hard to get the certificate of treatment and therapy. So other than lawsuits, do we have any options to tackle these issues? Thank you very much. There are 2 questions, and the second question is directed to the head of the trauma center. And the first question can be answered by Professor Kim, but I am in charge of the task force, so let me give you a comprehensive answer instead. We cannot be sure that there will be no future earthquake. We cannot be 100% sure because it's a natural disaster. It could occur anywhere on the planet. As long as the Earth has unconcentrated energy, we will face earthquakes somewhere on the planet. And about the geothermal power plant, we do not have a higher concentration level compared to the past. And we are installing earthquake measuring equipment on the site. And I believe that Professor Kang Tae-seok is in charge of the program. And when we use the drilling equipment on the site, it is a little bit difficult to install the measuring equipment on the site. So after we are finished with the fact-finding activities, we would like to solve that issue. And because of the installation issues, we are installing the measuring instruments around the area, not directly on the site. But we are still monitoring the result. So, Mr. Lee Young-yeol, please give us the answer.
To give you the conclusion first, the causal relations, the only case that we can clearly say based on the causal relations is PTSD. You have no problem to get the medical certificate from the hospitals when it comes to the PTSD. But if you are not getting the certificate, there is no way to get compensation for that. At our center, because it is not the medical agency, we are not able to issue the certificate. But there is one way to detour it. But it was not covered by this special act and enforcement decree. And for the psychological the symptoms that cannot be the subject to issue the certificate, there is a way to cover for the treatment payment, but it is not covered by the special act, so there is no way currently to cover for that. I hope it will answer your question. Thank you for your answer. Then, to the interest of time, we'd like to open the floor for the online participants. Do you have any comments or questions? So there are some online participants. Do you have any comments or question? If you do, raise your hands. Okay, would you please go on? Please unmute. If you go to the bottom of your screen, you can unmute and then you can speak. Please bear with me. I never experienced this kind of a virtual conference, so I am the Kim Gil-hyun, the president of the Big Team Compensation. First of all, thank you for hosting this international forum on the Pohang earthquake. After the triggered earthquake in Pohang, the city tried to be united one. To do so, we need to understand each other and we need to work together, but that's not enough actually. And if we are making the efforts within the city, that's not enough either. At the same time, Pohang City should work together with the residents and citizens to overcome this earthquake and its aftermath to go further in the future. Then we need to work together between the local government and local residents and the citizens and the central government. Then we can come up with some ways to overcome this crisis. So I sincerely ask you to come up with some good ideas to achieve that. Thank you for your opinion and question. Actually, it is very comprehensive and high level. So we're going to give you the question you just asked. The speakers will cover when they deliver the closing comments. And then we'd like to move to this venue. If you have any question or comment. If not, any other online participants? Do you have any question? If you have, please ask us very briefly. Because time has passed quite a while, so the online participants ask a very comprehensive question because it includes many different perspectives. So now I'd like to begin with Dr. Han-bu Young for closing comments, which can be an answer to the question. When it comes to the community, actually we are having the city mayor here. While I am making the presentation, I was very nervous, so I didn't notice you are here. Anyhow, after the earthquake in Japan, I was in Japan for business. I happened to experience the earthquake, I stayed one night in the street and 2 nights in the airports because I couldn't get any airplane tickets right away. What I learned from that experience is that while I stayed the night in the street, I had no place to stay. I just go to the hotel, ask if they have any available rooms, but they didn't have any available rooms. And the receptionist said that you can stay in the lobby, and they said they're gonna offer me some towels and the brushes. So the private and public sectors are having some emergency system to respond to the earthquake. As I spent the night at the lobby of the hotel, the other day I went to the airport. And I just stayed 2 nights in the airport in chairs because the airplane couldn't operate. What I want to say is that the cooperation between the private and public sector is kind of a must, together with the volunteers and the residents, to respond to the disaster. Depending on our initial response, the disaster can be recovered in a different way. So the decision making in the first stage of the disaster is very important. But the local government should have the capability to make the right and prompt decisions. However, the government agencies and the local government do not have any capability to respond to this natural disasters. I am very sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I have to say that we spend a lot on something that is kind of physically seen. We are very generous to allocate the budget on that, but on the field, actually we need many more budget which is not physically seen, to make everything operable and manageable. So the local agency and local government should pay attention to these kind of things. As of now, Pohang City is pretty big among many others, and they should receive some special support from the central government. Under the Constitution says that the government, whether it's a central or the local, should protect the people from the disaster. That's important, but under that laws, we need to build some network to better respond to the earthquake. And at the same time, the expert group with the citizens should systematically get together. In case of Germany, 95 to 99% of civilian volunteers should get in the technical support and advisory group. So whenever any disaster happens, experts are dispatched right away. And that experts are actually the civilians. Some very talented and renowned experts like professors will be dispatched to the places where hit by the disaster, depending on the field. So just like that, we need to make some preparations against the earthquake. And when we had the Pohang event, we had some joint seminar with Japan. And some firefighting minister and administration said that during the earthquake in Japan, we didn't have any civilian fatalities. But the tsunami and the explosion of the nuclear power plant were most serious thing, but they were perfectly prepared to the earthquake. Thank you.
So we have many online viewers, and we also have many participants on the ground. However, we are way behind our schedule. So that is why I believe that we have to wrap up the morning session here. I was the head of the investigation committee, and I also conducted fact-finding activities. But as the person from the online platform mentioned, the city and administration and experts and citizens and actual victims, all these players should pull their strengths and build consensus. So it is a difficult process. It can be called orchestration. So if we succeed in that activity, it will be a great harmony. And as Professor Kim said, the city of Pohang initiated the production of rice in Korea for the first time, and it built the foundation for major industries in Korea. An accelerator is also a very well-known item in Pohang, and it also hosts POSTECH and Handong University. So for Korea to become a global country, Pohang contributed a lot in the process. However, as seen in the presentations, many people are suffering from earthquake-related trauma, and it is not entirely recovered from the earthquake. However, if we pull our wisdom and strengths, and if we overcome the current situation, the city of Pohang will be developed further to become a global city. And on this positive note, let me wrap up the session and discussion. Thank you very much. So we have 5 panelists for the discussion, including moderator, so I would like to thank all of them. We are hosting the 2020 International Forum on Pohang Earthquake, and this is the end of the morning session we prepared. It was a heated discussion, and people from the offline and online platforms asked questions actively. So let me express my gratitude to all the participants once again. And this is the end of the morning session, and from 2 p.m., we will begin the afternoon session, which will include presentations by the Collaborative Research Center for Pohang Earthquake. And let me greet you again in the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
하신다고 하셔서
네.
좌장분 처음에 시작할 때 뭐 이렇게 저희 무슨 분야 뭐 이게 있겠습니다 하고 안경모 저기 직함제가
안경모 한동대학교 교수님을
예.
뵙게 됐다는데
그분이 지금 일단 지금 시작할 때 좌장이라서 이분이 예, 발표가 있겠습니다. 이분께서 이
과학기술분과만요?
예,
아니면
지금 여기까지요.
아,
휴식 전까지.
진짜요?
네. 맡기고 그냥
저야 완전 그러면
네.
편하죠.
그렇게 하신다고 하시네요. 그냥 그래서 소개만 좌장님 해주시고 연사부터 소개는 이제 좌장님께서 하신대요.
아 그럼 가만있어. 여기서 소개하는 게 아니라 시민분과에서 발표해 주실 예정입니다. 그리고 나서 좌장을 소개하면 제가 인사드리고 한번 여쭤봐야 되겠어요.
좌장 소개만 해주시고 그러니까는 저희 좌장은 안경모 교수님 여기서는 안경모 교수님이 첫 번째 좌장을 하실 거고 두 번째는 여기 양만재 박사님이 두 번째 그래서 공동
시민분과 말씀
오, 주식 한 번이 이 앞에 거는 여기 안경모 교수님이고 뒤에 거는 양만재 박사님인데 직위는 여기 있는 걸로 이렇게 마시고 112로 지식지열발전 공동연구단의 과학기술 분과장이신 과학기술 분과장이시면서 한동대학교 교수님이 이제 분과장 그리고 우리 요번에 얘기를 할까 말까 조직이기도 하시거든요 사실. 두 분 다 조직이에요 사실은. 조직이 소개를 안 해갖고 제가 좀 어이없었는데 아침에 저희 조직이가 여기 다 앉아 계셨는데 조직이 얘기를 안 하고
그랬어요.
네, 그냥 별개 기관을 얘기를 하더라고요.
네. 그러면은 이번 포럼 조직위원회 말씀하시는 거죠?
네, 그래서 조직위원이시면서도
네네.
여기 공동연구단 그냥 공동연구단이라서 이제 줄여서 말해도 돼요. 이제 다 아니까 공동연구단 과학기술분과장
시고
한동대학교 교수님이
이 세 가지를
다 소개하셔도 돼요.
하는 게 좋을 것 같아요.
그래서 안경모 교수님께서 좌장을 맡아주시겠습니다.
그러면은 김병민 교수님의 발표는 안경모 교수님께서
그거까지만 해주시고 내려가세요. 네. 그 이후에는 그냥 안경모 교수님.
완전히 이렇게 해야 돼?
좌장 소개드리고 첫 번째 발표까지 소개해드리고 내려가는 걸로. 그래 그 다음부터는 교수님께서 이제 직접 저기 해주시면 됩니다.
저만 소개해 줘.
네네 알겠습니다. 스타트 없으시죠?
아니요 괜찮아요. 정신 하나도 안 없습니다. 네.
안경무 교수님만 소개해 주세요.
아 그럴까요?
네네 그냥 알아서 바로
교수님께서는
시작하신대요. 네. 그냥 좌장 소개만 해주시고 끝날 때 그냥 안내만 해주시고.
네.
그리고 우리가 10분, 12분 정도로 어떻게 쉼으로 줄 수 있는 거 없을까요? 네, 아니 우리가 12분 안에 이제 잘릴 거거든. 과장님께서 그러면 쉼으로 줘야 하시는 건데 그런 거 뭐
패널로라도 판넬이나
하셨어요?
네. 10분에 한 번, 12분에 뭐 따당 2번 하시겠어요? 10분에 한 번, 12분에
내가 얘기할게.
네, 네.
점심 식사 마셨.
Did you enjoy your lunch? Did you enjoy your lunch? This is 2020 International Forum on Pohang Earthquake. Once again, thank you for being here to show your interest and support. On this event hall, we have many participants, and also we are having many online participants who are joining us via the YouTube and Zoom. And please show your continuous support and interest during the afternoon session. Very soon, we will begin the afternoon session of 2020 International Forum on Pohang Earthquake. Actually, we are supposed to begin 2 p.m., but as the during session has delayed, we had a very short lunch time, so I'd like to give you 10 more minutes to begin the afternoon session. So as soon as you are seated, we'd like to begin the afternoon session. We have presentations in 3 different areas, and every department will have some expert moderators on behalf of me. They will lead every session, and I'd like to give introduction of the moderator very soon. I will be come up to the podium very soon.
네, 그럼 이제 참석자 여러분.
We'd like to begin the afternoon session of the 2020 International Forum of Pohang Earthquake. In the afternoon, we'd like to have presentations by CRCPE, which stands for Collaborative Research Center for Pohang Earthquake. It is largely divided into 3, science and technology, and the civic group and legal part. And the science, technology, and civic group will start the presentation, and the moderator will be moderating the afternoon session. And this moderator is sitting on the podium. He is also the member of the organization committee of this forum. Professor Ang Kyung-mo will be the moderator. Please welcome him. Can I begin? Yes. The floor is all yours. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed lunch. We will have 2 sessions in the afternoon, so we'd like to begin the first session right away. First up, you may have some question about the CRCPE. It was launched 2018 May with professors at Handong Global University and POSCO and the legal expert and the citizens representatives. So a total of 30 people get together to form this organization supported by the Gyeongsangbuk-do province and Pohang City. After we carried out many other activities, so we'd like to share our research result today in 2 different sessions in this afternoon. In the first session, we will have 6 different presentations. The first presentation will be delivered by Professor Byung-min Kim at UNIST, and he will talk about ground motion amplification during the Pohang earthquake due to topographic effects. Because we need to have 6 different presentations in 1.5 hours, every single presenter will be given only 12 minutes, and we will receive a couple of questions after presentation. Please, to keep the time punctual, I'd like to ring the bell after 10 minutes passed, then you can just sum your presentation in 2 minutes. So I'd like to ring 2 times of the bell to send you a signal. Hello everyone, I am Kim Byung-min from UNIST. I am studying the earthquake in Ulsan. After the Pohang earthquake, our research team have carried out many different researches related to the seismic event. And this collaborative research center called us to join the collaborative research, and I'd like to share the study result here today. And we also have many other different studies at our research lab, and that result will be shared tomorrow. So if you are interested, please be there. And today I'd like to talk about ground motion amplification during the Pohang earthquake. We'd like to begin. We began with the desktop research and building damage status research and measurement of a seismic wave. Based on that, we came up some conclusion. November 15th, 2017, we had earthquake. After that, actually on the same day of earthquake, our research teams visited Pohang. For a week, we did some site survey to see many rock deformations and the basement deformations and the building damages to understand the cause. And the small villages close the epicenter heavily damaged by earthquake. As you can see in the images, many buildings had cracks, including minor ones and major ones. And some columns becomes damaged, and some of the buildings fully demolished. So certain village were hit hardest. So we conducted 100% inspection of 60 houses. There are 2 different villages, one in north, the other in south. We put some 5 different classifications to see the damages in detail. If you go to the northern area, their damages becomes bigger and serious. But if you go to the south, the damages are very light and minor, and some are free from any damages. These 2 areas are geographically having very similar conditions, and the epicenters is on the west from these 2 areas by 4 kilometers, and their distance to epicenter are really similar. So at first glance, we didn't see why these 2 areas show big differences when it comes to the damage. After the site survey, they are on the slope facing with the epicenter. The other one on the bottom and south, they are leaning against the epicenter. So topographical differences may lead to seismic wave amplification differences. To prove that, we carried out a couple of studies. We did desktop research first. As you can see on the screen, if you are having the seismic wave, that is reflected on the ground surface. If any seismic wave is having some angles, then that's largely reflected. Then that is largely focused on the area behind the reflection point. The red circle area is the area where the seismic wave is reflected. So if the village is located behind before the reflection point, they are largely damaged, and the villages behind the point is lightly damaged. So this has become the subject to study. From the 70s, it has been witnessed. Some scholars and researchers say that they compare the seismic waves between the area at the base and the area crest. They installed seismography to see the size of the seismic wave. The amplification coefficient is about 1.3 to 4.5, depending on the conditions. And there are so many studies about that. They install the seismography, whether it's main earthquake and aftershock, they prove it can have a big impact on the amplification. And they have to wait until to have the earthquake to prove that. So we run the simulation to see and prove the seismic wave amplification. And the seismic wave, the ratio the coefficient can be 2 to 3, depending on the topographic effect. So because of the seismic wave of Pohang earthquake, the villages close to the epicenter may experience that kind of symptoms. So we installed a temporary observatory post to measure more than 8 different aftershocks. That measurement are shown on the graphs. That is the filtered and corrected for our next analysis. As you can see in here, this is the epicenter. The villages that I mentioned is here, and their damage status are different. If you just draw the line to see the section, then these are the elevation of that area. And 2 points where the buildings were heavily damaged, they are sitting facing with the slope, and the area with the minor slopes are located here. They are sitting against the epicenter. And to see if the bedrock conditions are same between the two villages, we carried out many different tests, like a download test and the resistivity survey or survey wave survey, and we also measure micro tremor, and that image shows our experiment, and the graph on the bottom shows the result. If we analyze one more time, there is the S wave speed. Depending on the location of the villages, the shape looks similar. So topographically, there is no differences between villages for that. And as I mentioned earlier, we installed the seismography on 4 different posts to see and measure the aftershock. And we see the differences. This is the response spectrum to show some characteristics of a seismic wave depending on frequency. GOK1 and GOK4 were hit hardest, and GOK2 is lightly damaged. But GOK4 graph is showing the bigger movement. That means that depending on the frequency and cycle, the seismic wave has been amplified a little further. So as you can see here, the GOK1 and 4 shows the bigger numbers. If the cycle is 0.1 seconds, the amplification of a seismic wave has happened. If we are using the more advanced methodologies like S-transform, we try to better understand the amplification. All in all, the seismic frequency at the 0.1 second is amplified a little further. After we prove and shown that may cause the damages to the building. And through the simulation, we try to prove it one more time. We also use the analysis tools to model the slopes, and the graphs on the left side shows the area with the heavy damages, and on the right side with the minor damages. And the incidence angle of the incidence angle of a seismic wave has been moderated, and the depth of the epicenter is about 4 kilometers. So incidence depth angle might be little smaller than the 45 degree, we change the value to run the simulation. And the measured seismic wave and the calculated seismic wave looks similar. And then we move on to calculate amplification ratio compared to with or without slope. That graph in the middle shows how they are amplified. We change the incidence angle from 0 to 40 degrees Celsius, 40 degree. Actually, the crest area, the seismic wave is amplified, and behind the slope, the seismic wave reduced or remained the same. And if you see this section on the right, when the slope begins and the top of the mountain seismic wave has amplified, but the GOK2 area seismic wave drops. Likewise, compared to the GOK2 and GOK4 has showing the bigger amplification, it shows how much amplification happens there. So all in all, here in Korea, we have many slopes and mountains and hills. So the slopes, gradients, and the direction of the seismic wave are very important factor to amplify the seismic wave. That has been proven through our simulation and measured the seismic wave. Because of that, the damages are totally different between two close and similar areas. The 70% of inland of Korea consists of mountains and hills, so topographical effect might lead to amplification of a seismic wave. So this study related to how the seismic wave can be amplified because of the mountain should be a little furthered. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you. So he just finished in 10 minutes. Do we have any question? If not, we'd like to wrap it up. We may have any questions on online, but we have some technical issue to have some online connection right now. So not easy to get any questions from online participants. Please give him another round of applause.
두 번째 발표는 한동대학교.
The second speaker is from Handong Global University, and he is also the head of the Collaborative Research Center for Pohang Earthquake, and Professor Chung Sang-mo will deliver a presentation on evaluation on response spectrum of Pohang earthquake.
네, 정상모입니다.
My name is Chung Sang-mo. It's a great pleasure to meet all of you. This is a very simple study, so I think I can be on time with my presentation. And the purpose of my study started with a simple question. One of my research area was buildings and seismic design of civil engineered buildings. So there is a seismic design standard when we have to comply with the standard. But in 2016, there was a revision, and every 5 years we make the standard more sophisticated. But we had an earthquake in Gyeongju in 2016 and another one in Pohang in 2017. So last year in 2019, in March, specifically the seismic design standard was revised. And we have to follow the standard for the design of the buildings. But there is a question. So when scholars in my area gathers, we do not distinguish Pohang earthquake from Gyeongju earthquake. We have never imagined that. But when we set up the standard, we just look at the probability to be reflected in the standard. However, when we normally have a conversation, when we look at the probability distribution, we have to include Gyeongju earthquake and Pohang earthquake because they are two historically largest earthquakes in Korea. But when we had an earthquake in Pohang, how much seismic design criteria did we have to satisfy the current level? And we do not normally reflect the specific location of the earthquake when we build the standard. So my idea was that I live in Pohang. My colleagues might have never thought about it, but I know that Pohang earthquake is an induced earthquake and Gyeongju earthquake is a natural disaster. So, but if we reflect these two earthquakes together when we build a standard, I would send a warning message to the relevant association. That was my idea. So when we look here, response spectrum, but it was covered in the previous presentation. At the time of earthquake, we get to have this time history data. But when we have such data, this is the time series, and we can convert it based on the frequency. And the largest earthquake in each frequency category is calculated through response spectrum, and it is one of the most important tools for seismic design. But KMA and Geoscience Institute provided this data, and 4 stations of KMA provided time series data. And based on the data, I didn't include that in the slide, but depending on cases, here you can see the point, and for each location, I got time history data. And I analyzed the response spectrum using this data, and this is the result of the analysis. So you can match each location with the graph. So you can see G, which means that proportion of weight, and you can see the unit of gale as well. And if the acceleration is about 980, the gale, the unit is centimeter per second. So it is not that big, as you see here. And as a result, based on the distance, the result would be different. But here, the distance is 9 kilometers, and here the distance is 23 kilometers. So we can conclude that if it is closer to the epicenter, the result would be bigger. So I reviewed the design standard, and I analyzed the size first. And we use 2/3 of 2,400 as a criteria, but the Architecture Association just used the same old criteria. The revision made the performance design more sophisticated. But when we have one large earthquake every 2,400 years, we should avoid collapse of the entire building. And in case of a functional performance level, when there is an earthquake, the building should stay on the ground. It can shake, However, it shouldn't collapse. And based on the statistical analysis, if we use the same old method to Gyeongju earthquake or Pohang earthquake, it doesn't make sense, and it even doesn't include any result of Pohang earthquake and Gyeongju earthquake. So when we look at the criteria for ground, the analysis has become more sophisticated and the criteria has become sophisticated. And this is the current design response acceleration spectrum. And the validity is 2/3 of 2,400 years. And this is the graph which shows the design response acceleration spectrum. And it is different depending on the ground, the type of ground. And we analyzed the response spectrum. So I got different results for each type of ground. And if the ground is solid, the acceleration is smaller. But in case of a softer ground, the amplification is bigger. And this is the overlap of two different graphs. And if the distance is 9 kilometers, in case of, and I included the data of a Pohang earthquake. And the criteria is 2/3, as I said, and distance is another variable. If it is closer to the epicenter, the acceleration would be higher. But when it is 9 kilometers away, it could show a higher result promptly. However, there will be a lot of changes with time. That is why the validity criteria is 2/3 of the actual figure. And you can see that it is not that high. And we have the frequency which causes resonance. And if the interval is 0.4 to 0.5, it is the most common type. And Handong University was damaged by the earthquake. We have 4 to 5-story buildings, and the interval was about 0.4 to 0.5 seconds. So I can say that our buildings were damaged by resonance phenomenon. So let me share the conclusion. So most of our buildings have 4 to 5 stories, and I remember that it was damaged very hard because of the resonance phenomenon. And the response spectrum itself was not amplified further due to the earthquake. And I'm a researcher of seismic design. And if we included the Gyeongju earthquake and Pohang earthquake, I would have scolded the researchers at the association. So because some of my colleagues still believe that Pohang earthquake is a natural disaster. However, it is an induced earthquake, so it should not be considered in the seismic design criteria. So, but I believe that the revised criteria is sufficient for us to comply with. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
시간 안에 잘 끝내주셨습니다.
He was very punctual. So, do you have any questions? We can have a Q&A session right now. It was an engineering-related presentation, so I know that it might be hard for the audience. But at the time of a Pohang earthquake, the building of the 4-story building in Handong Global University collapsed. So the damage was covered in the media. But the tower, the height of the tower, but when we look at the spectrum, so for each frequency, how much energy is concentrated in there? But the interval was 0.4 seconds. So there was resonance in the building, so it means more vibration. And in particular, that building was hit the hardest. And in Yeongdeok, there were buildings in the residential area, and four-story buildings were damaged the most in the city as well. So let me wrap up the session.
And next up is about the support, the integrated database management system using GIS, and it will be presented by myself.
저는
I am Handong Global University Professor An Kyung-mo. This study has been jointly studied with researcher Park Sung-woo and Park Young-sun. I will start with the outline of this study and the Pohang Earthquake Big Data Integration GIS DB system and improvement of earthquake damage analysis. GIS stands for Geographic Information System. It's about the geographical and topographical information. November 15th, 2017, we experienced a big earthquake which caused a lot of damages, and the citizens who suffered from the damages built some very many requests for the disaster prevention and safety. Pohang has 500,000 populations, and we are having the thermal power plant. We are the only city who are having the geothermal power plant in that big city. The seismic wave has been measured a couple of days before the earthquake happened with the seismography. So when we analyzed the cause of earthquake, we were relatively easy to find out the cause. And we also have many seismic data about Pohang. And there are some direct data that can show the cause, and some other data shows about the damages caused by the earthquake. So we are having very unique data set that cannot be experienced and shown by any other earthquake in the world. So we can build up databases with such data set for the researchers can have an access to when they need, and it is very critical to deepen our future study. So we need to build all that database into GISDB. So to do so, April of 2019, we conducted a survey of citizens. A total of 653 participated in. The questionnaire includes just the basic information and level of understanding and interest in Pohang quake and request an improvement for disaster prevention system. And out of that survey, while we experienced the earthquake in Pohang, we asked them what would be the area we need to make the improvement. And the number one answer to that is the prompt information transfer. And secondly, we need to have some comprehensive system to organize and to supervise everything. And we need to send some emergent disaster the messages, which means the prompt information delivery. We also need to measure the possible earthquake damage. So when we are asking 61% of respondents says that we need to build up some system to evaluate the damages. So all the data we are having need to be integrated into a single database, and based on the database, we can build up some disaster prevention and response system. The goal of this study is to build GISDB system and suggest damage analysis method. And the GIS system shows some visual result of the topographical characteristics, and that is also linked to many other data sets. So you can get the information that you want to see very quickly. So building the big data takes a lot of time and efforts, but once we build it, it might be very valuable for many researchers and many institutions to carry out their work, and it also enable us to make some organic analysis. So collecting the data is the first thing we have to do. But data were distributed. Some are in the Pohang City, the other are in the Administration of Interior and Safety, and some are confidential. So we request the government or ministry to open the access. So we contact Pohang City and Gyeongsang-Buk-do Province and the ministry to allow us to have the access to collect all. And the professor in Busan National University help us to collect and analyze all the data. We have collected more than 400 data points, and we also collected more than 61,000 data for the damages per the private property by facility, and we have 1,500 data for the safety inspection and 91 data of the emergent safety inspection, and we also added the soil map to build a database. The Kim Kwang-hee professor at Busan National University shared us the Pohang earthquake epicenter data, which included in the database. And this data has been collected from November 14, 2017 through October 27, 2018. It shows the occurrence time, occurrence location, and the size of earthquake, and the magnitude of earthquake, and the depth of the epicenter. It has been go through the geocoding to be GIS-DB, and this is the result of that. The main earthquake of 5.4 are shown here, and any other earthquake which is higher than 4.0 magnitude are shown in the yellow and the orange. So all the dots shows the location of epicenter with its magnitude. So each data source, if you click it, you can get every data about epicenter and the magnitude. And the second is the data of private property damage by facility. It is provided by Pohang City. Depending on the houses and the agricultural facility, livestock facilities, a total of 61,277 data points have been included into GIS-DB. We just delete it because it's a specific address. And the green area shows the type of damage and how much compensation has been delivered. And we input this information onto the GIS-DB to show correct location with relevant information. 671 houses were fully damaged, and 285 houses half demolished, and partially demolished houses were 54,000 houses. It shows every detailed information. And the next is the GIS-DB of private housing safety inspection result. As we conducted a safety inspection for the houses, the danger which restricts on the access to the building, and we also have some cautious which need to pay extra care to use the building, and the third is able to use. So according to the three categorization, we categorize and classify all the houses into different levels depending on their damage levels. And if you click any dots on the map, you can get all the properties related to that area. And next is the information about emergent precision safety inspection. 87 cases were, this is actually the subject to 87 restriction on use cases and 24 danger cases. And for these cases, Pohang City has conducted some emergent safety inspection because they are heavily damaged. So we try to investigate, we try to understand their safety levels throughout this inspection. So as a result of inspection, we put 4 different categorizations from good to poor. So if we put that information onto the map, we have 7 poor class categorization houses, and it shows which area is having more serious damages. If you click any data on the map, it shows the addresses and the amount of the damages and even link to the pictures. So you can clearly see the damages depending on the location. So it is very valuable and critical information and databases for those who study earthquake. We want to see the relations between earthquake with the topographical effect. So from the National Geological Research Center, we received the topographical map, which include the drainage map and some soil characteristics and the depths of soil and the characteristics and types of soil by depths. It also shows the slopes and altitude. It shows 3D elevation map. After we are building this database, we are able to analyze the many other things. So as Professor Kim Byung-min said about the amplification of a seismic wave, when he covered that this is the epicenter and this is the power plant, and this is the area which had severely damaged. And this is the area called Hunghae, and Handong Global University is located here. It's not marked on the map, but we restored by ourselves. But we were hit hardest. So from the epicenter, we were just 600 meters away. And injection point and the injection well and the projection well were located here. Actually, it's just 600 meters on surface, but if you go basement, the distance to injection well is just 600 meters away or so. So the thermal power plant production well is very close to our university. As Professor Kim Byung-min mentioned, this is epicenter again. If we cut the section according to this yellow line, it shows the section of the topography. And there is a hill on the right side. And the amplification happens the biggest in the right side. And the area on around the 45 meters is very close to Handong University. And if we go to the west, there is Hunghae, which are heavily damaged, and they also have some crust there, so they might have some impact, may have some impact on the seismic wave amplification. And based on this database, we can analyze which area in particular being hit hardest. And this shows the November 15th and 16th, 2017. It shows some damaged areas on the 15th, 16th, and 17th of November 2017. So up to 4.3 meters of epicenter area, it shows the seismic wave coincides with the section of fault line. And many other researchers, how the aftershock have an impact on that whole area. Now we are able to have some data about the basement. If we are able to analyze that, then we may see what area is more vulnerable to aftershock. To say the conclusion, the 3D quake monitoring data and Pohang quake big data integrated GIS DB are linked for analysis. And in the future, the GIS is showing the topographical characteristics, but we have also BIM, which covers the buildings. If GIS is linked with BIM and IoT, it can be a digital twin, and it can help us achieve tailored quake prevention system. And causal relations between seismic wave amplification and full destroyed buildings by topography near epicenter can be analyzed. As Professor Kim uncovers some part of it based on the study, we can also understand why some areas are more damaged according to some other topographic effect close to the epicenter area. That is the end of my presentation. Do you have any question?
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello, I am Handong University graduate living in Pohang City. Thank you for your presentation. The database you mentioned, any general citizens have an access to that database because it shows very specific addresses and personal information with the compensation. It's not easy to open to the general public. But if you need to have an access for the public interest or some research, then we are able to give you an access. Actually, we are making all the information provided by the government into the database, so we have no problem to open it, but it includes some addresses, so it's not easy to give access to anyone. But if you need to have an access for certain research purpose, then we are able to share it. Thank you. Any other question? Professor Kim Byung-min, actually, I have this question for your presentation. When it comes to the seismic wave amplification, we are building the database here. So your study on our GIS, so from the epicenter, if you calculate the distances or the gradient, is it possible to analyze the serious and level of damages? I think that's possible, and that can be a good study. If you want, then I will try. I am more than willing to give you the data. So, okay, we can just try it. Any other question? If not, we'd like to move to the next.
The first presentation will be delivered by Mr. Yang Man-jae from Gyeongbuk Advocacy Agency for Persons with Disabilities. And the theme of the presentation is a study on the ethics of scientists participating in Pohang geothermal power plant. He worked the hardest at the Collaborative Research Center and at the fact-finding committee as well. He asked a lot of questions and he raised critical questions. And I believe that his presentation would be very interesting. Thank you very much. Today, my presentation is not something scientific. It is more of a subjective presentation. It is about unethical study of scientists. But the English title says the ethics of scientists. But I put unethical in Korean because the scientists and specialists who participated in the study Let me put it in an extreme way. I don't think that the study they conducted was transparent. If I may, I think they were fraud. I'm sorry to say this. So conducting this study, for the past 3 years, I collected data, and I believe that scientists who participated in the study, they did not deliver accurate information to the public. So I dug in to this topic. So I thought about the ethics of geoscientists. Then what are the principles of the ethics of scientists? There are various principles presented at the International Academic Symposium. So let me review such principles. And the operator, and to operate and construct a geothermal power plant, we need principles of ethics as well. And I thought about what kind of principles we need in Pohang City. And when there was an earthquake and another type of event or disaster in the city, what was the behavior of scientists? I reviewed and analyzed their behavior. And to prevent earthquake, we can take some measures based on the lessons learned from Pohang earthquake. In that way, we can ensure safety of the city. So I believe that my study is meaningful in that manner. And the study has the format of a report. It is not the thesis. It is not neither thesis nor report. It is something in the middle. However, based on accumulated data, to operate and construct a geothermal power plant, there are certain principles for scientists. And I believe that we can draw such principles from the geothermal power plant operated in Pohang. This is the table of content. And geothermal power is garnering international attention and interest these days. And we can learn lessons, and we can learn lessons on unethical behavior of scientists from the case of the geothermal power plant in Pohang. And the meaning of geoethics and the principles of geoethics were discussed. And there are changes to the people's perception on this topic. And there was a declaration of geoethics in Singapore, and there was the Cape Town Statement on Geoethics. So I reviewed all the principles presented. And researchers present the principles individually, and each association also presents their own principles. And participants at the geothermal power plant include researchers and scholars, doctors. And most of the researchers can be called specialists because they mostly have doctoral degree. And I analyzed their activity into 3 stages. From 2003 to 2010, it was a stage 1. Why 2003? Korea Institute of Geoscience and Mineral Resources was established in 2003. And one professor said he would build a geothermal power plant in Pohang. And at the end of 2010, the government officially began the project to build a geothermal power plant in Pohang City. And the designated people started the project in Pohang. And at this stage, so this is the third stage. And after we had a 4.4 magnitude earthquake in Pohang, and until the national investigation, those scholars hindered the government investigation operation. And I found evidence, and I included them in the slides. There are a lot of issues discussed. And I'm not speaking only for myself. I have evidence to make this argument. So I have some suggestion. And scholars lie a lot. So I believe that they lack integrity. Before the construction of a geothermal power plant, in the international paper and magazines around 2010 and 2011, there was an earthquake in Basel in 2007, and it was related to geothermal power plant. And there was a report, and they dropped the plan to build geothermal power plant. But we started the project in 2010. We could know that geothermal power plant could cause earthquake. It was already there, but scholars failed to deliver such information to the public. And in the paper, they did not call it an earthquake. Instead, they used the term of vibration. That is a big problem to begin with. And an American scholar used the 7-stage model, and they adopted the same model to the Pohang case. But what's interesting here is that they say that the US model is not applicable to the Korean case. So we have to consider the unique situation and characteristic of the Korean environment. So they selectively adopt the model. What's important is that they omit something in the process. What's necessary for a geothermal power plant is that we need to include local residents in the process. However, Korean scholars, when interpreting the concept of local residents, they gather people. And they just invite local residents to the groundbreaking ceremony, and they say that they included local residents. And geothermal power plant can cause an earthquake, and they have to set the compensation scheme. It is already written in the international literature. It is all. It has to be provided by insurance. The Basel case also stipulates that we need insurance system for compensation of victims. However, the scholars in Korea failed to do that, so it clearly shows the lack of integrity. And let me touch upon the issue of objectivity. And there was a forum on Pohang earthquake, and Professor Kim Kang-hee raised the possibility of induced earthquake, but one professor from Seoul National University was opposed to the idea entirely. there is almost no possibility for Pohang geothermal power plant to cause a 5.0 magnitude earthquake. But he admitted he was wrong later when he was being investigated by the committee. So social scientists and scientists in general should not say that they are 100% sure in any circumstance. So I only have 2 minutes. I believe that they lacked the transparency and openness as well. And there was no two-way communication, clearly. And what's important is diversity. To manage uncertainties and to manage risk, we need the opinion of experts from diverse areas. However, we only had energy engineering specialties, and Professor Kim Kang-hee was not part of the process. That doesn't make any sense. And I'm also suspicious about their expertise. I believe that they have limited expertise. They can say they have expertise, and they say that there is no large-scale earthquake in the past, but I can make a comparison with a balloon. If the balloon becomes bigger and bigger, if there is only small stimulation, the balloon would explode. I believe that's the triggered earthquake. And Dr. Hoffmann from Germany presented an idea at an international symposium. But I normally don't attend the international symposium because I don't speak English. But the process should include the participation of local residents. But Korean scholars say that it is just a recommendation, not a mandatory part. But in other countries, if the local residents are opposed to the construction, they cannot build any power plant. And they need to receive consent from local residents when they conduct experiments. But it is not the case in Korea. So one last thing. What we have to find out through the study is that we garner a lot of investment to the power plant. But if we make success in the future, the government provides us additional budget. However, if they, and in that direction, they just pretend that they made a success already. This is the last part. Through this study, I conducted this study even before we get the result of the audit from the Board of Audit and Inspection, and we need further analysis on the current situation. And the report of the Board of Audit and Inspection, it does not include any sanctional measures on this kind of unethical behavior. And they have never apologized participants of projects up until now. And I believe that we need further autonomy to strengthen the ethics of geoscientists. There is no specialized person to monitor their activities. So I believe that we need an independent body to monitor their activities. And I believe that more scientists and experts from diverse industries should be part of that. And we need to include more local residents to participate in the process, and we should reinforce the compensation system. This is the outcome of my study on the ethics of geoscientists. So I talked about the principles and I made suggestions. Do you have any questions?
질문 없으신가요?
Do you have any questions? Let me ask a brief question. You talked about the ethics of scientists, but I believe that you should include technicians there. All the process was led by Bestech. It is a German organization. And I looked at the outcome of analysis. And that organization has information on the entire process. They knew all the information. However, they didn't share that successfully. It was mentioned in the report of the Board of Audit and Inspection. It was not mentioned. The foreign scholars identified the risk. However, according to the standard in the other countries, we are supposed to stop all the process when there is a 3.0 or higher magnitude earthquake. However, it was not the case in Korea, but I think the foreign scholars just went ahead with activities because they had a contract here. And when we do dangerous repair work, we need to garner consent from the public in other countries. However, in Pohang city, there was no consent gathering from the public, but the foreign scholars believe that they already collected consent from the public. Although it was not the construction project, but they never mentioned the risk of earthquake to the public. I think that we can call fraud. Thank you very much.
다섯 번째 발표는
And the fifth presentation will be delivered by Professor Kang Byung-deok at Kwangdong Global University. He will talk about support for the vulnerable due to Pohang earthquake.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello everyone, I am Kang Byung-deok, just as introduced. My study that I'd like to share today may be easy to understand. I don't use scientific jargon, and I'd like to talk about people who experience disaster, and many of them are people with disabilities, and I just had an interview what kind of experience they have during the earthquake. When we are making compensations and make some support for the citizens, the many volunteers have actively engaged in. So based on their experiences, we'd like to improve our system to support the people with disabilities better. So the methodology has qualitative study, which is largely about the interview, and quantitative research is the survey of volunteers. First of all, I had the interview, and the interview result about their experience with the earthquake will be covered first, and then I'd like to talk about the experiences of volunteers. When earthquake occurred in 2017 November, people with disabilities and elderly citizens experience differently about the earthquake. If you look into the interview result, they said it was very difficult to evacuate, in particular for those who are having the limited mobility. If they are using the wheelchair, they are not able to use stairs. So in particular, people who are not easily moving around, they even find it difficult to move inside the home. They may evacuate a little safer place inside the home. They can't do that, so they just gave up everything. Some extreme cases, they say that they try to find places where they can be killed easily because they feel anxiety and insecure when experience the trembling of the earthquake. So instead of endure that difficult times, they try to find the places to be killed more easily. They didn't have any information about the earthquake or some other disaster. I will get back to that point a little later, but those who are having difficulties, disabilities, or some elderly citizens, even though they have some information, they can move and they can evacuate without any support. So knowing is one thing and acting out is different. In general, citizens, if they understand where is the shelter, they can evacuate and they can move around. But those who are having some limited mobility, they may not do, even though they are having the same information. But if they had some aid or some help around them, if they are close to get some care or help, they can get some evacuation and feel little assured. If you look into the shelter condition, the shelter not many shelters are having some facilities for the disability. So they are not able to live in the shelter. So even though it is dangerous, they have to go back to their home. They didn't have any choice. And also the shelters are not very convenient for the disabilities. And after the aftershock, many people pay attention to the financial and economic compensation that has been the main area of interest. After the special act passed the National Assembly, we need to apply for that compensation up until the next year, but the vulnerables still had some difficulties. Even though we are making out efforts, the vulnerable are not felt such kind of efforts at all. The earthquake trauma center was covered in the morning, and the center has given many help for many people. But still, there are people who cannot reach the center physically, and the whole village share some sense of hopelessness and helplessness. And belatedly, we carried out some psychological and mental treatment program. At the end of 2019 and early of this year, we started provided that kind of treatment programs together with a medical care plan. And also, we continuously carry out the interview and some lectures about the earthquake and safety. And we try to host the children festival in Hunghae area. And the provision of information and education on disaster and evacuation should be a little bit implemented. It should not be stopped at the national level, but it needs to be delivered continuously. In particular, the facility of evacuation facility, we have to consider for the vulnerables. If it is not known and practiced in daily lives, they cannot get any service or help because we don't know who is our neighborhood. We cannot provide any help. So we have to build our relationships with the neighborhood in daily lives. Then we can provide the relevant and appropriate help for those who need some extra help. So the local community should build some system to respond to the disaster a little better. I will get back to this slide a little later. This is the demographics of survey respondents. About 380 were participated in the survey, and the ages are widely spread from 20s to older senior citizens, and largely the biggest demographic group are those in their 50s. I'm very sorry to make you confused with my poor handling of the screen. And more are living in the northern area, and it shows their status of occupation. And the 45% of volunteers are hired. They are very active in the social program and social activities. That is why they worked as volunteers. As of the survey time, some of them participated for the program very short, but some others participated in the volunteering work for quite a long time, from the earthquake time to today. It shows what kind of activities they have delivered. The top three activities are management and delivery of relief supplies, and environment restoration and arrangement, and meal and water supply. And if you, they tend to engage in multiple number of activities. While they are doing the volunteers, they are doing extra works to do. And this is the question about how many or much the training about the volunteers in advance, but not many said they received some orientation before taking part in the volunteering works. This is my area of interest. Throughout the volunteering work, they show some satisfaction and reward and some relationship achievement. Regardless of occupation, age, we cannot see any statistically relevant information if we categorize that into age, gender, or occupation. However, related to the orientation before taking part in the volunteers, they show very different levels of satisfaction and reward, whether depending on the status of their pre-training. If we have another chance to have some volunteers, then we have to give them some purpose of that activities together with some orientation. Then their satisfaction will be heightened. For that purpose, we have to have a control tower. But actually, this earthquake is the first and the largest disaster happened in Pohang. So we didn't have working control tower back then. So at least the volunteers should understand who is responsible for what. In particular, the vulnerables. If we want to extend the helping hand to the vulnerables, we need to set out some specific divisions for the vulnerables, even though that is delivered by the volunteering groups. Volunteers is a very valuable tools. To use them effectively, the control tower should be established, and they need to distribute them according to some purpose and the characteristics of volunteers, and they also need to provide the support for the volunteers. And last but not least, as I mentioned earlier, securing the universal living zone is very important. That is not secured by the disaster prevention. We need to have a path to provide the help during the time of a disaster. That means what kind of relations we have been building in our daily lives. That's it. Thank you very much. We'd like to open the floor for the Q&A. Do you have any question? If not, we'd like to move on to the next presentation. That will be the last presentation of this session.
한동대학교 주재원.
So we have a professor, Ju Jae-won from Handong Global University, who will talk about the geothermal power as renewable energy and media disclosure, focusing on comparative analysis of press reports before and after the earthquake in Pohang. My name is Chu Jae-won, professor at Handong Global University. I am the last speaker before the break, so I will try to be as brief as possible. When we think of geothermal power as a science, citizens of Pohang have discussed this matter for the past 3 years, and we have expressed our interest. But what we can understand at the civil society level is that we acquire information mostly from the media. That's how we understand geothermal power, and we could also understand that it could cause and it could trigger the earthquake. The background of this study was that geothermal power is related to economy, environment, and politics. But geothermal power has acquired a certain position in the social discourse in Korea. But before the earthquake, there was no resistance to geothermal power plant. Pohang citizens welcomed it and wanted to attract it. And we never realized that it could be dangerous. But do you think it is entirely the fault of geoscientists? Civic groups and geoscientists are connected through the media, and how the media has covered geothermal power plant. And I analyzed the process, and I found something very interesting. That's how I got to start this study. And in modern society, most of the scientific research which garnered a huge interest was covered by media, and it built a new frame for scientific technology. So when we have a new scientific technology, yesterday and today, we keep seeing the development of a vaccine in the news. And the U.S. manufacturer Pfizer announced that it would start the production of a COVID-19 vaccine within this year. Have you seen the vaccine physically? However, everyone looks forward to the development of vaccine. And we believe that. That's the power of media. Media makes people realize something, learn something, and have discussion on something. So in Korean society, in the process of being covered, geothermal power plant was affected by the media as well. That's my point. And in Korean society, the technology of a geothermal power plant, I looked at how it was covered in the media, and in the 1920s, it was first covered by the media. It was surprising. So it started in the 1920s, and until 2019, I analyzed that 19 media outlets, including daily newspapers, and let me share the result of the analysis. Because of a time constraint, let me be brief. And in 1970, in Donga Daily, there was a first article on geothermal power plant. And in 1979, in Mail Economic Daily, it says that the government would like to diversify energy. So the government conducted a detailed survey in Pohang, Masan, and other cities. So Pohang was already a candidate for geothermal power plant. And in 2003, the Geoscience Institute of Korea started drilling for the development of geothermal power in Hunghae, in Pohang. And in 2011, in Seoul Daily, by 2015, geothermal power plant will be constructed in Hunghae area with a budget of 50 billion won. When we had this article in the newspaper. I was not living in Pohang myself. However, citizens in Hunghe must have been pleased. Our city attracted the investment worth 50 billion won. Most of the people were pleased. However, the media never covered the risk. And it is about the negligence of journalists. And I analyzed the big data keywords, and it is very interesting. And in 2017, these are the relevant keywords for geothermal power plant. The biggest word is solar power, and you can see new renewable energy as well, and sustainable, commercialization. These are the related keywords. And geothermal power was discussed based on these keywords. But before the Pohang earthquake, there were no negative keywords about geothermal power. However, after the earthquake in 2019, the National Investigation Committee announced that it was a triggered earthquake. And after that announcement, we analyzed the keywords. And the biggest word is Pohang earthquake. And it says Pohang triggered earthquake, magnitude 5.4. And it doesn't show any renewable energy. It just disappeared. And I analyzed the statistics on the articles of geothermal power. And before the earthquake, the total number of articles was 568. And it was the number collected between 1920 and 2019. However, after the earthquake, only in 3 years, there were 420 articles published. So it is a similar level to the articles produced in the past 80 years. And this is the total number of articles published. So let me explain this slide in more details later. And before the earthquake, we had a lot of articles from Daily Economics, which is 매일경제 in Korean. And there were a lot of articles from this newspaper, but the most articles are related to the construction of apartment. And that apartment complex uses geothermal heating. So it is very ignorant. The journalist was confused with the heating method and geothermal power. However, when we look at the Gyeongyang Daily, the newspaper also covered the interesting part of geothermal power. However, what's interesting is that after the fact-finding activities, in the past, before the earthquake, most of the articles were written by progressive media. However, after the earthquake, progressive left-wing media outlets stopped writing about geothermal power. So it has been politicized in Korea. So it is also related to nuclear power. So for to go away from nuclear power, geothermal power is needed. So it has been postponed because it is related to nuclear power. However, after the earthquake, they just stopped covering geothermal power in the media outlet. And before the earthquake, people were in favor of geothermal power. And there were mixed feelings. However, after the announcement of the investigation team, people just turned away from geothermal power. That means that journalists just used press press release instead of conducting investigation themselves. So it is hard to cover all the materials because of a time constraint. And you can have a look at my presentation materials yourself, and it is not hard to understand. So let me just move on to the conclusion. I talked about the timing, and it was actively covered after the earthquake. And there were changes in the tone. Before the earthquake, most of the articles were in favor of geothermal power. However, after the earthquake, and especially after the outcome of the fact-finding activities, the media suddenly turned away from geothermal power. However, they never admitted that they were wrong. They always covered geothermal power as our option for the future in energy generation. I think that's the characteristic of the Korean media. And I will focus on Pohang later. If I analyze the local media, what kind of discussion have they had in the coverage? And I talked about the characteristic of the frames and journalists, and you can have a look in my presentation material. And in Korea, they always just quote government officials and experts, and they just write it down without any additional efforts. So they lack expertise. That is why they fail to provide accurate information on geothermal power. So there was no proper public discussion on geothermal power. So my conclusion is that after the Pohang earthquake, geothermal power has been politicized. Even today, it is the case. And science journalism in Korea doesn't have neither science nor journalism. This is the end of my presentation. Do you have any questions?
질문 없나요?
No questions? If there is no question, please give him a big hand. Thank you very much. This was the first session in the afternoon, and we started 10 minutes later than scheduled, so we finished later as well. But the second session is supposed to begin at 3:45, but so you only have 5 minutes. But then we will try our best to resume at 3:45 as scheduled.
네, 포럼 참석자 여러분,
Distinguished participants, I would like to make some correction for the break time. We're gonna have a 10-minute of a break. We're gonna resume the session from 3:50. We're gonna resume the afternoon session from 3:50, so please be back before 3:50.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? We will begin the second session of the afternoon very soon. This will be the last session of today, and we will continue to have a presentation by CRCPE. It will be about the legal division. And there are many people who join us from early in the morning, so we are facing each other from early morning. Thank you for your enthusiastic support and interest in Pohang earthquake. As one of the citizens and the people of Korea, I am very impressed to see some of you who are here throughout the day. So we'd like to begin the last session of today. It will be about the legal element. So, the opinions from the academic circle is important, but listening from the citizens is as important as academic experts. And that is also the goal of this international center. Please do not hesitate to ask any questions or make some comments about the legal part. Please raise your hand and feel free to ask anything about the legal part. I think it is a little too much to come to the front. If you raise your hand, mic runners will get to you. So if any chance is given to you to ask any question, please do not hesitate to ask and involve in this forum. The more you take part in this forum, the better and the more successful this forum will be. So I sincerely ask you for your strong support and interest. Thank you for coming back. Thank you, MC. I'd like to introduce you before giving the floor to you. And for the legal presentation, which is the last of today, the moderator for this session is the director and the professor of Handong Global University. And he's also making the high-profile presentation of today. Professor Jung Sang-mo will be the moderator of this session. Please welcome him. This is the day one and the last session. Thank you for being here until we are having the last event of today. We will have another 6 presentations during the session, and each presentation will be delivered in 15 minutes, and it will last to 1.5 hours. 3 are here with us, and the other 3 will join us online. So we're gonna connect to the online from time to time. It goes in the same way. You can make a presentation in 10 minutes. If 10 minutes have passed, I will give you 1 ring, and if 2 more minutes passed, I will give you 2 rings. And first presentation will be delivered by Professor Eunju Shin at Handong Global University. She will touch upon review and important proposals of the Special Act on the fact-finding investigation and damage relief, and etc. Please welcome her. Hello, everyone. I am Professor Shin Eunju at Handong Global University. I think the topic that I try to cover will be the area that many of you are interested in. Today, again, I'd like to talk about the review and improvement plan for special laws for investigation of the facts of the Pohang earthquake and relief. And to make that happen, what kind of efforts the citizens should make together, that will be main topic of my presentation. For convenience, since the name of the law is too long, I just call it simply Special Act. It has largely 3 parts. We can break it down into 3 parts. 1 is investigation, 2nd is damage relief, and 3rd is disaster prevention and education. So if you have a look into the law, first we need to understand what was the cause of that event and try to pay compensation for the damages and to prevent the events in the future, to prevent the repeat repeatance of the same event in the future. Then let's begin with the purpose and objective of this special act. First, we need to understand the cause of the earthquake first and identify the responsibilities of that issue. And for the damages that already happened, we try to understand how we can cover the damages for the victims. Throughout these two activities, we try to revitalize the economy of the city and recover the community of the city. These are the main objective of this act. Then let's see if the content of this act is well matched with these purposes. If you look into the act, it largely describes about the compensations covered by the nation for the damages that already happened, because it is artificial and human activity induced earthquake. So for the people who made and brought the event, the government and the nation first cover for the relief, and then later they ask responsibility for the relevant player. But if you read it a little further, it is very passive. So we doubt if it is doing the relevant and appropriate damage relief. If we need to make a relevant damage relief, we have to meet two conditions. One is it should be fast, and the second is it should be sufficient. Then we can say that damage relief have been done very appropriately. However, 3 years have passed since the earthquake. So throughout the time, we can see what kind of efforts have been made to cover the damage relief. The earthquake happened in 2017, and government investigation team really concluded that it was human activity induced trigger in 2019. Since then, the National Assembly passed this special act December of 2019, and the end of March of this year, we established the enforcement decree. And once we have the enforcement ordinance, we can carry out and implement this law. And this special act and the Pohang Earthquake Damage Relief Act has been ineffective since 1st of September 2020, and we are receiving the applications for the damages and victims. And quite a long time have passed since then, but not many activities have been happened in reality. If it's not that quick, then the content and the amount should be sufficient enough. But if you look into the content, they just put some upper cap, and the compensation is only about 70% of the upper cap. So for the human loss and the physical and property loss, the government tried to cover that, but only 70% of the upper limit is done. It is not the compensation, but officially it is covered support. It is called support. So that means the government is not responsible for that, but beneficiary for the people, the government is kind of providing the support. And the government says they will provide only 70% of upper cap. That means when it comes to natural disasters, they cover the 70% of the damages. So they get the baseline from the related law. That means the law and the government try not to recognize this is caused by the human activity-based human activity. And another big issue is about that actually the deliberation committee has a lot of authorities and responsibilities. And the members of the committee should have the qualifications according to the characteristics of Pohang earthquake. But when we are selecting the members of the committee, Pohang citizens cannot have any say on that. So we doubt the relevancy of the members of the deliberation committee. What the committee is doing is that they can even involve in the community program support. So actually, it is not too much to say that the committee is having wide and extensive scope to get involved in the activities related to the Pohang earthquake rescue and Pohang earthquake support. And this law is also already have a revision. It has 3 parts. First is new review procedure for deliberation by the deliberation committee. Before this revision, we didn't have any chance to change the procedures or members of the deliberation committee. And secondly, the revision newly established a special rules on extinctive prescription. So we have a little more leeways to make some effective extinctive prescription, which is a good thing. But the important thing is that the support for the damage report will be covered by the nation, but the revision change it from by nation to by nation and others, which means not only the national government but also the central, the local government and some other government administration can get involved in that. It means it has changed it into the wrong and bad direction. That means the 70% of support to cover the damage relief can be covered not only by the central government but also by the local government or some other government agency. If that happened, the finance of Pohang City should be invested into this damage relief activities. Given that this law, we have to think about that if this law is really about supporting the victims of the earthquake and to revitalize the Pohang City economy, then how we can revise this act better? In large, we can pay more attention to compensation, economic revitalization, trauma treatment. And it is largely done by the deliberation committee. But deliberation committee is specialized in the damage relief. They are not experts in the community building or economic revitalization. So we need to establish a new agency who is responsible for economic vitalization and community building and trauma treatment. And when it comes to disaster prevention and education, it requires very specific knowledge set. And the citizens also need to participate in this program. Then we can make a most effective program. But there is no way currently for the participants to take part in. So we need to establish a separate committee to carry out the relevant and proper work. And most important thing is that, in fact, to make the damage relief happen, the law should be improved. So we have to remove that upper cap, and 70% we have to eradicate upper cap and the 70% of the damages. And the second thing is that when it comes to the physical damages, the items and categories are very limited. So when their items were lost or damaged, or if their businesses has to shut down, then they can cover some fixed expenses. But if we listen to the opinions of Pohang citizens, they have to open the businesses, but still they didn't make any profit. So this act whether they call it support or damage relief, but the content is not enough to cover damages. Their selection of a word is not appropriate and the content is not enough. So this act is not the good tool to cover the damages and revitalize the economy of the Pohang city. If we really cover the damages and revitalize the economies, then we can recover the community. But it is not happening right now, so we highly doubt the efficacy of the special act. So the special act should be revised to given these kind of shortcomings. That is the way we have to improve in the future. That's it. Thank you.
딱 시간 안에 맞춰주셨.
Thank you for being punctual. Well, actually, we are having 3 minutes to have Q&As. I'd like to open the floors here first. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Thank you for your presentation. The citizens who is facing many challenges, and one of the things is that 5,000 to 6,000 victims have compiled for the applications of damage relief. One of them, including myself. So they calculate their damages about 10,000 or so. I calculate my damages is about 10 million, but that damage should be calculated and assessed by an experts. If I apply for the 10 million won of damage relief, then if the government assess that into 3 million, then I have another chance to apply for the application. If that's the case, then if I ask for another appraisal of my damage, then if the same person who did the appraisal coming down to make another examination, or one of the local representative can be in the appraisal committee to make another look into the scope of the damage. Can you just elaborate on that process? What would happen if that's the case? The deliberation committee will receive the application, and for that, every responsibility and authority including about the damage amount can be decided by the committee. They might include the appraiser or some other expert who are able to assess the damages according to the law. If their appraisal result is totally different from your examination, then there might be the second appraiser. But actually, the possibility is very low for the appraiser to give you the different result, because based on the data you just submitted without any additional document submission, they may not give you different result from the first result. If it goes to the reappraisal, you have to support and strengthen your argument with some other data. Then we can make some different result. But if you just request for the secondary and another appraiser without any additional data, the result will remain the same. I'd like to wrap it up now to the contrast of the time. If you have any support for the legal, if you have any legal support, Professor Shin will be here for your help. So if you have any question, just come to me. Thank you.
저기 두 번째는
The second presentation is about U.S. civil liability and legal regulatory framework for induced seismicity incidents. And from Handong International Law School, Professor David Collier will deliver a presentation. His native language is English, so he will deliver a presentation in English, so you can use its simultaneous interpretation service into Korean.
안녕하십니까. 내 이름은 David William Collier입니다. And thank you for the opportunity to come and present today. And today I'm going to be talking about U.S. civil liability and legal regulatory framework for induced seismicity incidents. And specifically, I'm going to talk briefly about the 2017 Pohang earthquake and the events surrounding that, and also the three common earthquake-inducing U.S. underground operations, the U.S. civil liability system for those type of events, the U.S. legal regulatory framework regarding induced seismicity events, and then a brief presentation about biographical information about some U.S. experts in civil liability regarding induced seismicity events. Now, the Pohang earthquake was very familiar to me because I was sitting in my office about a kilometer away from the epicenter, and I thought initially maybe it was an explosion, but the building kept shaking, so I realized it was an earthquake, and pretty unbelievable level of damage to Handong University. And so that day is burned into my mind, like I'm sure it is for most of you that were experienced that event. And the earthquake, as you know, was a 5.5 magnitude earthquake on November 15th, 2017. And it was referred to as the most damaging earthquake in Korea for centuries. And there was significant damage. One estimate was $75 million in property damage, and more than 57,000 buildings and other structures were damaged. One estimate is 135 people suffered some bodily injury, and more than 1,700 people were displaced from the residences, and there's an estimate of $300 million in negative economic impact to Pohang. And just some pictures from that day. As you can see, pretty significant property damage. Oops. I'm not sure which I should point to. And there's, of course, a Hagwon bus, and it's been basically crushed. Now, the Pohang earthquake, it was related to the Pohang enhanced geothermal system, and that EGS project, like every EGS project, involved hydraulic fracturing, which is more commonly known as fracking. And fracking creates or enhances fractures in underground rock to retrieve the heat stored in the rock. And sometimes the fracking used in an EGS project can cause small induced seismic incidents. And very infrequently, it can cause much larger earthquakes, as it did in our case. And after the earthquake, an overseas research advisory committee was called in, made up of international and national seismologists and geologists, experts in their field. And they concluded in the report that the earthquake was probably induced by the Pohang EGS. And then following the release of the Overseas Research Advisory Committee's report, the Korean Ministry of Trade and Energy and Industry announced it will be permanently closing the Pohang EGS project, which was good news to me since I live and work there, near there. And additionally, the Vice Minister Chung Sung-il, he stated the Korean government accepted the panel's findings and expressed deep regret to the citizens of Pohang who suffered damage by the Pohang earthquake. And he also mentioned, as the risk of geothermal power generations have been raised, the Korean government must consider very carefully whether to continue research and development in the future. And that's a picture of the epicenter and where the EGS project is, and you can see how close that was to the event. Now, let's see. Now, let's talk a bit about earthquake-inducing U.S. underground operations. And scientists in the United States have long recognized that underground energy development operations can induce small earthquakes and in turn may trigger larger earthquakes. And some human activities relevant to the Pohang earthquake that are known or suspected in the U.S. of inducing seismicity include geothermal energy operations, wastewater disposal operations, and hydraulic fracturing in and of itself. Now, geothermal operations are a known source of induced seismicity. And in fact, there's 30 geothermal operations that caused 300 felt earthquakes in California alone. And that's an example is the Geysers area, which is located in the mountains of Northern California. And that's a picture of that project. And the other kind of major underground operation that's been known to induce seismicity is wastewater disposal operations. And it's been known since the 60s in the United States that they induce seismic activity. There was a disposal operation in Colorado at a military base, and it led to some significant earthquake events. And they called in the U.S. Geological Service and some military scientists, and they deliberately injected some more wastewater, and they were able to induce earthquakes. And so it's been known since that time. And likewise, there was a sharp increase in the number of wastewater disposal wells and the frequency and magnitude of earthquakes in Oklahoma since the year 2009. And it went from an average of 1.6 earthquakes per year with a magnitude of 3.0 or greater to an average of 2 such earthquakes per day by 2015. And then a couple of significant earthquakes was the 5.7 magnitude earthquake in Prague, Oklahoma in 2011. And there was a 5.8 magnitude earthquake in Pawnee County, Oklahoma. And those were very close to significant wastewater disposal operations near where the earthquakes occurred. And a wastewater disposal operation looks quite modest, and there's a picture example of what that looks like. And basically, an energy company will engage in fracking, and it generates lots and lots of wastewater, and then they drill a well to dispose of the wastewater from the fracking. And you can see kind of the idea of the sedimentary strata, and the largest earthquake in Oklahoma was that 5.8 magnitude earthquake in Pawnee County. Now, hydraulic fracturing is also a known source of induced seismicity, and there's some disagreement whether it in fact causes earthquakes. And on one side, it's believed that hydraulic fracturing induces earthquakes and that are 3 orders of magnitude larger than those normally expected to be caused during fracturing operations. And there were some seismic activities that occurred in the Guy Greenbrier area of Arkansas in 2010, 2011 that are main examples of this. And on the other side, it's believed that hydraulic fracturing is relatively unlikely to induce seismic activity compared to wastewater disposal operations. And just to be clear, that means I have 2 minutes left. Is that right?
You should wrap up within 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's talk a bit about U.S. civil liability. And in the U.S., plaintiffs, they obtain compensation for injuries and damages through the court system. And induced seismicity cases are filed primarily in Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas state courts. And the reason is because most of the wastewater disposal operations are located in those states, and that's where most of the earthquakes in the United States have occurred, is in those states, specifically Oklahoma, but also in Texas and Arkansas. And generally the cases are fought over procedural matters for a period of many months or years. However, most cases are eventually settled, and settlement agreements are generally not disclosed. They're kept private and confidential. And so we don't really know exactly how much they settle for. There is one exception where it was reported in the press that there was a settlement fund for just under $1 million related to a 5.7 magnitude earthquake that occurred in Prague. Now, because nearly all these cases have settled or been dismissed on procedural grounds, there's really no U.S. case precedent that goes through analysis of the substantive issues related to induced seismicity events. However, there are some still cases pending, and if those get litigated in trial, then we may see some substantive analysis. But up until this time, it's all based on procedural aspects. And you see that in the Adams versus Eagle Road case was decided on a procedural matter, and that's still pending. And I'm out of time, and I'll just quickly mention the Ladra case. And that one, again, went all the way up on a procedural matter to the Oklahoma Supreme Court, and then it was ultimately settled. And so we don't really have any indication of how these issues would be substantively analyzed. I see my time is up, and just briefly, I want to mention that the most developed regulatory system is in Oklahoma, and that may be something that Pohang might look to with regards to dealing with this kind of issue. And the last thing I want to mention is my presentation mentions 3 experts in U.S. Civil liability with regards to induced seismicity events, and if the city of Pohang wanted to try to perhaps pursue legal action in U.S. state court, then those 3 experts are people that they likely want to connect with. Okay, any questions?
하실 말씀이 굉장히 많으신데.
I know that he prepared a lot for the presentation, but we are out of time, unfortunately. But please ask any questions if you have some.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Can you say again? One more time?
질문이 없으신 것 같아요.
I don't think there are any questions. So if we have no questions, we will wrap up the presentation for the professor. But if you have any questions, you can talk to the professor personally. Thank you very much.
The next presentation will be about the European Union Solidarity Fund. It will be delivered by Professor John Shin at the Handong Global University. He can't be here in person and he will deliver the presentation online. Are we ready to connect him?
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Shin, and I am a professor at the U.S. and International Law Department here at Handong Global University. I am really afraid of that bell sound, so I'm going to try to make sure I don't hear that bell sound. So I'm going to try to go really quick here. So bear with me. My topic is talking about the European Union Solidarity Fund, and this fund came about in 2002. Prior to this time, Europe had faced a lot of natural disasters, and often these natural disasters did a real devastation on the economy. So one way to offset some of these costs, the European Union decided to set up a fund to help not fully compensate, but to supplement some of the damages that the nations had to pay for in order to rebuild. So in 2002, the EU decided to set up a fund called the EU or European Union Solidarity Fund. I'm calling it the EUSF for this slide. So what is the EUSF? Well, the money is going to be dispensed fairly quickly. The nation has approximately 12 weeks to apply for this. So long as they do that, they will be forwarded money to basically address emergency situations. For example, supply of water, wastewater restoration, transportation, telecommunication, health and education, and also to provide emergency housing for those who may have lost their homes, and also to protect any cultural heritage and artifacts that oftentimes get destroyed in these earthquakes and natural disasters because these are not built up to code. So these are real emergency funds quickly dispersed to address immediate needs. So how does one qualify for the Solidarity Fund? Well, the two main factors that you have to look at is that nation's gross national product, or GNI, and the total damage costs resulting from that natural disaster. So having these two figures, you would do a simple computation, and let me just show you an example. So this is basically the general formula to determine whether a nation qualifies for the fund and how much they would qualify. So you would take 2.5% of the total direct damage cost, and it's below a certain threshold amount. And we'll get to what that threshold amount is in the next slide. And you add that with the 6% of the total direct damage cost above that threshold amount. And that equals, you add those two together and you get the total aid amount. So let's take an example. Let's say you have nation A, statewide, I'm sorry. Their GNI, gross national income, is $5 billion US. So their threshold amount would be based on 6% times 5 billion. So what we would get is their threshold amount is now $30 million, 30 million US dollars. So statewide would have to suffer total direct damages greater than $30 million. So let's assume that they had a recent disaster and the total direct damage is 35 million US dollars. Therefore, the threshold amount is met and statewide will qualify for aid. How much is that aid? Well, there is if we go back to the prior formula, if we punch in all these numbers, I'm not going to go over every step, but just bear with me here. If you punch in the numbers, for this particular example, this nation statewide will qualify for about 1.05 million US dollars, which is not a lot, but still, it's used really to offset and complement the restoration and helping out, not to completely restore, but to temporarily help the nation. Okay, I want to go over some cases that are relevant here. These are all earthquake cases. So, and I want to show you basically what happened in that nation and what the aid amount came out to. So in 2014, Greece suffered a pretty similar earthquake, I would say, with Pohang in terms of the Richter scale. It was a 5.8 earthquake, about 100 homes were destroyed. There were no fatalities, but under the formula, they qualify for approximately $4 million for aid. A second case also happened in Greece. Here, the magnitude was a little higher, 6.1. 2 people died, and the total amount of money came out to the award about 1.8 million. A third case, you see Greece has a lot of earthquakes. Here in 2017, they suffered another disaster, earthquake disaster. It was 6.3. Not a lot of health in terms of human lives lost, although there was 1 reported death. They received here 1.5. So you see the amount is fairly low, considering that these earthquakes are pretty sizable. And then finally, for Greece, there was a 6.7 magnitude earthquake killing 2 people. And once again, the award is fairly nominal, 2.75. Now, Italy, in 2002, they also suffered a disaster, a 5.4, but here 28 people were killed. Of the 28, 27 were children. A school roof had crashed in due to the earthquake. And there the award was fairly high. It was about $34 million. Again, in Italy, in 2009, 308 people were killed. It was a very large earthquake, 6.9. 40 to 50,000 people were left homeless. Their homes were destroyed, and they received $543 million, which is fairly substantial. But you can see a lot of people had lost their lives. Italy, again, another fairly sizable earthquake, a 6.0. 7 people lost their lives. Thousands were left homeless. There they received almost $740 million. Italy again, this was probably the biggest award of all. These earthquakes happened over a span of 5 months. There were recorded 2,500 aftershocks. Around 300 people lost their lives and about 365 were injured. Here they were awarded $1.3 billion. And the final case involving an earthquake in Spain, there was a 5.1 magnitude, not very big, but it still caused 9 deaths, dozens injured. And some experts believe that this was actually triggered by human activity due to water extraction from some sort of underground reservoir. Here, the total award amount was about $23 million. Now, let's take what we learned from these cases and apply it to the Pohang experience, Pohang situation. Let's assume that South Korea is a member of the EU, and the 2017 Pohang earthquake is sort of our test case here. How much would Pohang or South Korea qualify in terms of aid? So I took, these are 2017 numbers, but South Korea's GNI at that time was about 1.96 trillion US dollars. So the qualifying threshold, in order to qualify for aid, the damage would have to be above 11.76 billion US dollars for South Korea to qualify for this aid. There's been different estimates about what the total damage was from the Pohang earthquake. Some say as little as 290 million US dollars, all the way up to 11.8 billion, which I found in a Korean media daily. So we would have to take 11.8 billion, the highest sort of potential estimate. And if we were to use those figures, if we were to use those figures and punch it into the formula for the US aid, the potential aid amount using the best figures available would be 296 million US dollars that potentially Pohang could qualify under the European Union aid amount. So considering the fact that in Pohang, I don't believe any lives were lost and there weren't that many injuries, this is a staggering amount of money compared to all the other 9 cases that I showed you from Europe. One thing to consider is the EUSF. This fund is only for natural disasters. If it's not a natural disaster, this fund would not be relevant. So having said that, that's the main question at this point. Is the consensus that this disaster, this earthquake, was caused naturally or was it man-made? If it's man-made, then the EUSF becomes, but I guess that's still up for debate, and that's why we're having this conference. The big take, oh, see, I'm afraid of no.
2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. I'm just gonna conclude right here. I guess the big takeaway is seeing that nations, we don't know when a natural disaster is going to happen. And it's always best to have some sort of a preventative or a system or some sort of mechanism in place to deal with these disasters. Of course, we can go to insurance companies and look to that route, but that usually takes time. And there's a lot of paperwork. Oftentimes, these disasters require immediate aid, and the EUSF is a mechanism that provides that immediate aid. It doesn't cover everything, but it definitely helps in at least addressing the emergent and urgent needs for that nation. So having said that, I will conclude my presentation, and I am looking forward to any questions that the audience may have. Thank you.
Do you have any question? Actually, I'd like to open the floor with Professor Shin. Is it still online? Then we consider he has completed his presentation, and now move on to the next.
The speaker is from Handong Global University, and Sharad Sharma will talk about Groningen-induced earthquakes compensation mechanism.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharad Sharma, and I am an attorney from Nepal and US. I'm dual licensed attorney, and I'll be shortly presenting about the Groningen-induced earthquakes compensation mechanism. Actually, I was here present in Pohang when the earthquake happened in 2017, and surprisingly, that was not my first earthquake. My first earthquake was in 2015 when I was back in Nepal, and that was a 7.8 earthquake. So yeah, I'm an earthquake expert in the sense that I have faced earthquakes probably more than anyone else in this room. So okay, little joke to start off with. Great, not that kind of crowd. Yeah, my roadmap, I'll be talking about just about the damage compensation mechanism. I'll focus only on the compensation part. I'll not be dealing with the preventive legislations, building reinforcements, collective development programs, all these additional programs that Groningen introduced, the Dutch government introduced. I'll not be talking about that. Groningen is the name of the northeast, if you see in the top corner of Netherlands, you can see Groningen. And around in the 1950s, late 1950s and early 1960s is when the gas fields were found in Groningen, and they have been exploited since 1961. Now these were operated, now operation-wise, they are operated by two private companies, Shell and Exxon. But when it comes to the mining permission and everything, there is a Dutch state government involvement there as well. Since 1991, however, there's been a series of earthquakes that has happened in Groningen, and this, the largest one of this was in 2012, where a 3.6 magnitude earthquake has happened. Now again, quickly jumping into the damage compensation in phases, there are a bunch of phases that the Dutch government went through when it came to determine how the compensation mechanism is to be fixed. So firstly, they started with civil law or tort law, where they talked about basically private law was the governing factor there. NAM, which is the operating company, which has 50% Shell and 50% Exxon shares. So that company was directly negotiated with the citizens. Of course, that is not a good idea because let's say the bargaining power of an individual citizen is not the same as a big company. So that was not very effective. Then in the second phase, what they decided was, instead of directly negotiating with a company, they decided to open a special organization called Center for Living Safely, and there was a compensation, kind of like a negotiation done with that body. However, still it was paid by NAM, and still it was not found to be very effective. Very little civil proceedings actually did occur during that time. Moving on with phase 3, this was after that, and now it is more based on contract. So what happened was there was a contract that was agreed upon between NAM and the national and regional governments. So this can be an interesting approach that probably Pohang City can consider, where arbitration-based model was introduced, where mostly former judges were arbitrators, and it was not binding on the claimants. So it's not binding on the claimants, so the individual parties who go with the claim, they don't need to particularly accept whatever the decision of the arbitration body is. However, it is binding on the company. So if, let's say, if there's a big settlement that was reached, the company cannot dispute it. However, if the compensation was not found to be adequate, the individual claimant can actually move on for civil proceedings. So this kind of phase was also introduced. Moving on from that, probably the most important phase that I would like to discuss with you this afternoon is phase 4, where we shifted from tort law. Groningen shifted from a tort law base to a public law base in 2018. And this is where administrative rules on mining damage was introduced. So here also civil litigation remains possible, but the domain shifted from private law, where it's individual contract negotiations or that were done, to more administrative rules. So this may be probably the most important phase, so I'll discuss more on this. The compensation mechanism that was introduced by the Dutch government imposed, as of this law, imposed strict liability, and they were handled through a special committee that was formulated by the Dutch state. Now, according to this, an independent expert was nominated who would do all the investigation that was there at the cost of the Dutch state or NAM in this situation. And they would do their independent study and then propose a compensation. The calculation model was very subjective, so individual cases have individual calculation model, and the prices were indexed and revised. This is something that is quite important, because let's say if we are talking about something that happened in 2017, the prices of 2017, and prices in 2019 can be vastly different. Let's say if the compensation mechanism is specifically only based on 2017, let's say if the compensation is to happen in 2022, the price difference, property price differences may be very, very different. So the indexing and revision of prices is very important. That was something that was introduced. And finally, the last one is one of the more important things. A very fast track fixed compensation mechanism was also introduced, where if a citizen doesn't want to go through the entire hassle of having a committee hearing and all the detailed procedures, then you can just apply for a short-term compensation. So you just make your claim, there's a short investigation done, and then you don't really argue about the amount of damages that is done. You just get a fixed 4,000 euro compensation if you're satisfied. So if the claimant wants, that can be an approach that can also be taken. And finally, after the administrative rule, now we are in phase 5, where there's a special legislation that has come out as of July 2020, which is basically not in an administrative rule, but it's a legislation that has come out. And this also keeps the civil litigation aspect open for against NAM, which is the operating body. Quickly moving on to the current situation that as we stand in Groningen, the gas extraction has decreased. By 2022, there should be a complete halt. That is what has been issued by the Dutch government. before July 2020, there was only compensation available for physical damages. However, since July 2020, immaterial damage compensation is also there. What is immaterial damage compensation? Immaterial damage compensation includes damages which are beyond physical damages. So for example, loss of property value or psychological damages, all these aspects which, as I believe, Pohang special legislation has not yet considered. So these are also some things that are that could be interesting in the days to come. I think there's a few things that I would highlight as my probably takeaways that may be useful for Pohang to understand from Groningen. That is, firstly, we have to decide what kind of liability scheme that we may have. Of course, Groningen went with the strict liability scheme. I don't know which one would be the most favorable to the citizens of Pohang, but I would certainly consider strict liability to be a wonderful way to go forward, because it shifts the burden from basically a claimant standpoint to where if the EGS operators were found to be liable, then they have to pay. Secondly, the idea of fast-track compensation, as I said, 4,000 euros, that was decided in Groningen. Maybe some citizens would feel easier if there was a fixed, easy compensation that was done, so you don't go through the entire hassle of filing a complaint and everything. You just make a simple complaint, and then you settle for a specific amount, let's say 4,000 euro, for some cases, not all cases, of course. The third is, of course, halting the production of this whatever plant that is there. In Groningen, it's the oil fields which were controlled. In Pohang, of course, the EGS site is closed. And also, other thing to consider would be the loss of value and the psychosocial impact of an earthquake can have. As personally someone who survived many, many earthquakes, I can tell you it has a lot of like fear in a person's heart when you go through that experience, but adequate addressal of those kind of issues should also be done. This is my last slide. Some of the things that can be considered also include private action possibility. So can we possibly have private action against the individual companies that were there? That can be a consideration. Also, this slide, this point I think also applies a lot, which is transparency regarding fact-finding and best practices. So how do other EGS operators work? Did the EGS operators in Pohang follow the adequate amount of rules that normal EGS operators should follow? Was that kind of consideration done? So those are things that need to be considered in order for us to move forward, because that would also help with my next point, which is whether it's a negligent act or it's a natural outcome of such products. So the key important thing here would be if it's negligence, let's say it was a human error on the part of the EGS operators, then that would be a negligence issue. Whereas if it's natural outcome, so let's say all EGS fracking or all such plant operators do carry a significant risk of earthquakes, then the question does not remain anymore with the human error aspect, but it remains with the licensing aspect. So why did we allow such licensing to happen if EGS sites generally tend to have earthquakes? So that is a consideration that we need to consider. And lastly, as I probably mentioned a bit, the socio-economical impact needs to be assessed. So these were things that Groningen, over time, with all the phases that I mentioned, phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they were able to come up with solutions for themselves. And I think it's high time that Pohang City also do that. Yeah, I have 2 minutes remaining, but that actually concludes my presentation. So if there's anything, please, I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your keeping time. Okay. 그 질문이
Do you have any questions? We have time for only one question because of a time constraint.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In Groningen case, the cause of earthquake is verified. The cause of earthquake, the relation to the field is verified.
Yes, Yeah, the earthquake was found to have been caused by the oil drilling. Yes, that was accepted by the Dutch state and even the private companies that operated the fields.
If government issued permission, then is there any government liability to compensate? No.
Thank you again. In Groningen, the important thing is, of course, the fact that the Dutch government involvement was there as well. So they reduced. Another important thing that we need to figure out, in Groningen, there is no death. There is no criminal action. It started off with a private law action where it was seen as a tort issue. And slowly they have moved on to an administrative law issue. So the important thing that we need to consider is criminal action is not considered, but only administrative compensation was the considering factor in Groningen. That's how they approached it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 마지막.
We just have 2 more presentations to go. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your patience. And the next presentation is about the industrial standard of operating deep geothermal power plant. And Professor Wonjae-chan of Handong University will join us virtually. He is a bilingual. I have no idea what language he might use for the presentation. Hello, everyone. I am the Wonjae-chan professor at Handong Global University, and my presentation will be delivered in Korean. And as Professor Shin mentioned earlier, many laws and regulations help us investigate fact-finding. That is important. And also, as lawyer Sharma mentioned, the responsibility, identify the responsibility is also important. First of all, we have found very similar earthquake cases in Germany around the Landau area. More interesting thing is that one of the participating company is Bestech, who is also participated and actually largely leading the Pohang geothermal plant. So if we take look into the Landau cases, we may get a lot of take-home lessons. And my presentation has 5 parts. First, I'd like to give you the summaries of my research, and secondly, I will talk about the background of the case. In particular, I'd like to talk about the reinsurance system here, which is obliged for the companies to buy when they need to get in the geothermal power plant. Let me just begin with a summary of my study result. Of course, we have a limited access to the data. In particular, the contract and agreement with the external party. What I feel a little sorry is that our access to the document is very limited. The audit service have done good job, but they have done great investigation on the Korean cases, but they didn't investigate to what responsibility goes to the foreign companies who are getting in that the geothermal case in Korea. So according to our conclusion, there is some mother company, and since the mother company doesn't have enough knowledge and understanding about the project, so the Bestech, a German company, suspect to carry out the supervisory work on behalf of that mother company. Why? It is very important because Bestech has been in the similar situation in Germany. They understand and they predict the earthquake is possible. That means even though they understand the possible earthquake, they didn't take any measures to prevent such event. they just neglect that disaster happens, then their responsibility becomes bigger. So this is falling into the tort liability. So it can be a German company or a Chinese company, but they conducted tort liabilities in the process of this project delivery. And this is the Bestec. It's globally well-known company when it comes to the drilling and energy generation. This is a very important element. NextGeo is the operator or producer. They are working and organizing all many different participating and partnering companies. And NextGeo is a kind of investor and sponsor. I think it is sometimes too simplified, but the planning and technology are provided by Bestec. And under the Bestec, AMG, Fengman, and the cementing services and some other Chinese companies participated in this kind of consortium. The engineering company came to the field to oversee and supervise all the work and technological things. So it's more like a turnkey contract. It's like the Korean company goes to the foreign countries to build a nuclear power plant. I just got this image captured from Bestec's website. They took a picture together with the Korean engineers. The data shows that June 14th, 2014, they said they just reached 4127 meters deep. And the Bestec website said that first EGS project in Pohang, first time in Korea. They kind of promote this project for their credit. They consider this is one of the important projects, and they are kind of supervising this project from these images and the sentences they describe on the website. And some other professors already talk about tort liabilities and some the compensations for the users, and the joint torts have been going on to identify the responsibilities. There is a law, and these kind of activities for the tort liability and joint tort is separately done to identify the responsibilities. And there is also another part about the environmental regulation, whether it will be the nuclear power plant or the geothermal power plant. If any issue happens, then there is a responsibility without any liability. What means that if it causes any environmental damages, there might be any victims and the accusers and the responsibility. But it is called as a strict liability, and it is exempted when it comes to the environment-related event. So the company or the factory should prove that they are not responsible for that event, but they didn't do anything for that. And in Germany, if similar cases happened, actually there might be their own tort liability and the environmental regulations. Their law is very concrete and detailed. So if you want to prove that you are not responsible, then you have to do it thoroughly. If they follow all the protocol, then they don't bear any responsibility. But what we suspect is that if Bestec carry out their project and work in Korea, they may not comply with European standard or German standard when they work in this project. And we also doubt if they provide some technical guidance and advisory according to the standards. So there was a geothermal power plant in Landau, and that is largely that the owner of the project is the GeoX, and they are the fundraiser and also the operator. What I suspect is that Bestec might carry out similar roles for the Pohang project. And in Germany, there was some 2.7 magnitude earthquake in 2009, and experts examined the damages and they appraised the damages, and many of the damages had been covered by reinsurance. And if we compare these two cases of German Landau cases and the Pohang cases, the biggest difference comes from that in Germany, when they investigate, some research team argue it is triggered earthquake, but it can't be scientifically proven. But here in Korea, we have an independent investigation team. So thanks to them, we can clearly verify it is in this induced earthquake. If there was any investigation team in Germany, they may verify and identify the causal relations between the two. But that didn't happen in Germany. But thanks to they have some reinsurance, they just cover the damages with the insurances and they got the approval to resume the operation. And the owner of the company has changed it. The GeoX sold their company to Dunlop and Shen, and whole shares have been bought by another investor. And if we file the lawsuit, then we have to target for all of these companies. What's important here is that maybe this might be the key. The correlations between geothermal power plant and the earthquake have been proven in Germany. So it is obliged for them to buy industrial insurances in Europe. 2 minutes left. Okay, I will wrap it up. So what's interesting about the insurance is that there are many risks. One is related to the drilling, and the other is about power generation, and more importantly, any risk about the earthquake and its damaging. So largely, there are many different types of insurances. Then that is called the seismic risk insurance. Then if the Pohang earthquake happened in Europe, we might be covered by the insurance. So my question is that Bestec or some Korean companies, when they carry out about this project, I wonder if they have any dialogue or discussion about this insurance. And they clearly understand this might cause some earthquake, and many related research center may have another understanding about the possible and potential earthquake that should be identified and rebuilt, but didn't. It's not easy. It's not that much difficult to rebuild that. If we have a look into the contract between the related companies, then it clearly shows and describes the responsibilities of the work. So for the role of the foreign companies in the geothermal power plant have not been investigated well yet. So I strongly recommend to file for the lawsuit. The reason is that I want to have an access to the contracts to prevent the repeatance of the same or similar earthquake. Once we are having the geothermal power plant, we may have another earthquake. So we need to have a better understanding. And also, there is insurances in Germany, because we are filing against the German company, but that lawsuit, it goes against that insurance company. This should be understood. And last but not least, the lawsuit will give us some access to the data and documents and agreements. So that means we need to have some international arbitration that is also required. That's it. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think the time is a little shorter than I expected because we need to open the floor for the Q&A. Okay, we're gonna receive one question. Can you hear me well? Okay, go on, please. The company Bastek, so the contract between Korean companies and Bastek, haven't it not covered and investigated when it is examined by the audit service? I don't think that's investigated yet. So interesting is that identification of responsibilities and roles are not the difficult area to reveal and identify. And the contract clearly show what is the requirements and the request from the owner of the project. So I think the audit didn't do good job, in particular this area, to reveal the correlations and the responsibility and roles between the participating companies were not clearly examined and identified. So we need to revisit it. Then if we are filing a lawsuit against the Bastek, who might be the main player? Who will be the subject? That's a good question. That can be victims or nation. Because what's interesting here is that it's a joint responsibility. So it can be authority or Bastek or NextGeo. But I think we need to do two things first. There is one thing the Korean court should do. It's separate from compensation. It's one part of the step of the fact finding. If we file a lawsuit, we may have the right to investigate. That means we have an access to the contract and agreements. But so these kind of data are largely in Germany. So we should file a lawsuit in Germany if their German court order us to have an access to the data, then we may have a better access to the data. If we have the same lawsuit here in Korea, we may not have any access to the documents. So what I feel a little unfortunate is that when it comes to the risk for the lawsuit, when we are making the wrong investment or things like that, the criteria whether the nation should cover that, it's largely depend on whether the company is having pre-understanding about the possible risk. So after I researched it, there was a similar and almost the same accident in Landau, Germany, and they did have some insurance policy, but that didn't happen here in Korea. That means the government have not doing good job. So we have to identify that area. Luckily, there is data and documents. So we can clearly identify every doubted area. So by using this data, how we can compensate for the psychological and mental anxiety or symptoms. So if we are making the extensive investigation, we are good enough to file against Bastek or some other player. I believe they are highly likely to have the policy, insurance policy. My last question. Do you think Bastek is done drilling? Bastek's role is limited to drilling, or actually earthquake happened when they inject liquid to the well? But I understand that one of the Chinese company participated in that injection. If Bastek say they didn't do any injection activities, then are they free from responsibility? That's a good question. I don't think this case is appropriate, but to put the conclusion first, Bastek operated and supervised the geothermal plant in Landau, Germany too. So if a Chinese company injected the liquid to the well, then they actually follow the order of the umbrella organization. And BESTEC is responsible for the engineering supervision. And I think after analyzing all the organizations and the structure, BESTEC is the only company who were able to do so. The other companies didn't have any experiences for that. So the best approach for that, I think that is very important question, because some mafia in the United States or some gangs, if you pay attention to individuals, they are not free from the responsibility, because they just say that I just bought it, I just drive them for a certain destination. That's not the criminal case. We have to see the bigger picture and identify who is the mastermind of that kind of gangster project. And in that big picture, we can understand the responsibility. I have a question for you too. Who is the company in that project having the highest level of engineering, let alone the simple action of the injecting the water? So who is the company who has extensive and intensive experiences in this area? I think that's the only one company, BESTEC. I do agree with you. But all in all, we need to have a look into the contract. That's not difficult. Thank you. Thank you. Since we have so many things to discuss about the laws and regulations, but to the constraint of time, we'd like to wrap it up.
세션의 마지막 세션.
We have the last presentation for the last session of today. And the presentation title is Integrating Government and Corporate Response to Induced Seismicity. And Professor Lee Sang-ho is the speaker, and I believe that this is a pre-recorded presentation, so it is impossible to take questions on the ground today, but let us play his presentation.
여러분 안녕하세요. 저는 한동
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Sang-ho, professor of Handong Global University. I should have been present at the forum, but I'm sorry that I'm sending this pre-recorded presentation. And please understand that. So I'm part of the European team, so I collected cases in European countries, and my case in point today is Basel in Switzerland. And you might have heard this case a lot in the media, and it is quite similar to the Pohang case. So the Korean media also was interested in the case and covered the case. And the biggest common point is that Marcus Heading, and he was an expert and advisor for Pohang thermal power plant. And this is a short presentation. And what I would like to cover is what happened in Basel and what kind of measures were taken by the Basel state government, and the local residents were damaged, and how they received compensation. And let me also share implications of the Basel case. In Basel, there is a geothermal power plant, and it is quite a similar environment with Pohang. In 2006, from December 2nd, they had a project. And during the injection, around 300 meters, there were a lot of sensors, and there were observation stations around the area, so the earthquake was monitored, and including smaller earthquakes. A total of 11,200 earthquakes were observed. there was a huge earthquake in November 2006. And around EGS project site, there was a 2.5 magnitude earthquake and there was a warning. And around 4 a.m., the risk was too high, so the pressure was decreased. And at around 11 a.m. on the same day, the injection was halted. And 5 hours later, at around 4:30 p.m., there was a 3.4 magnitude earthquake. When we say the Basel earthquake, it means it refers to the 3.4 magnitude earthquake normally. And the loss was worth about 7 million francs. And in Korean won, it is slightly over 10 billion won. And what kind of measures were taken by the state government? And the Basel state government had Geopower Basel AG, which was the operator. So they assessed the safety of the project and they had to decide whether they would continue the project or not. And they had to assess the additional possibility of additional earthquakes and who will be responsible for compensation. But the problem was that the state government, before geothermal power plant, the state government provided permission and they recognized the potential earthquake. And when there is an induced earthquake, they needed a protocol in advance. However, they failed to prepare that in advance. And Geopower Basel AG made a report. And the major content of the report was that at the stage of water injection, they went through specific procedures step by step, and they monitored and recorded all the steps. And the size and information, the size of the induced earthquake was delivered to them in the real time, and they used the state-of-the-art method, and it was also approved by the state government. So they wanted to continue the project despite damages caused by the earthquake. The Basel state government asked an independent agency to conduct assessment on potential risk, and they wanted advice on whether they have to continue the project or not. And they asked two organizations, which are KCB and RISCO, to look into details. And the outcome of the investigation was that Geopower Basel did not cause any major problems on their own, whether it is intentional or not. And the structure and the content of the report had no feasible problems. However, it was hard to make a decision on whether to continue the project, so those organizations recommended to halt the project. And for local residents to have a better understanding of induced earthquake, they decided to have a conversation with the public. And the organizations also made a recommendation to Geopower. First of all, they asked Geopower to disclose all the relevant information to experts and to the public for a better conversation and discussion. And it was recommended to set the insurance coverage scope. And the state of Basel will be responsible for future damage if there is an additional case. That was the recommendation. And the independent organizations asked Geopower to apply for additional risk analysis. And for the Basel state government, it was recommended to lead a forum of communication between experts and the public. And I looked into details, and I found things that I would like to talk about: the claim and settlement. And a total of 2,819 cases were claimed, and individuals should be responsible based on their own insurance. However, instead, Geopower collected the cases because it was a unique situation. And there was no precedent for insurance companies, and there was no method to calculate the damages. But based on the government guidelines, the insurance companies calculated the claims in a simple manner. And Geopower hired a civil engineering company to collect the record of damage on 250 cases. And the magnitude was about 3.4. And if there were almost no cases where the structure of the buildings were damaged. Most of the damage was minimal, so only the walls collapsed. So a total of 7 million Swiss francs was the average settlement. So when I looked at the record, there was an insurance company for Geopower, and they swiftly responded to that. And a total cost they used was 150,000 Swiss francs. And Geopower didn't spend much of their own money. And the insurance company for Geopower mostly shouldered the cost. And insurance record and report caused some cost for Geopower, which was about 150,000 Swiss francs. And it was recognized that it was an artificially induced earthquake. That is why the insurance company swiftly responded to the claims. And after handling the cases, and how can they punish Mark Pohang relevantly? And there was no clear legal grounds for punishment. Mark Pohang was indicted. However, after all, he turned out to be not guilty because he didn't have any intention to induce earthquake. So he was found not guilty after all. But the Basel earthquake case garnered international attention. And there were diverse geothermal power plant projects in the United States, but they halted all the projects after the Basel case. In particular, there was a provision in the law stipulated which was related to insurance companies. And in case of Pohang earthquake, we have to find out what kind of role was played by Mr. Marcus Herring. And I believe that it also had an insurance company, because in Europe it is usual to have an insurance company. So we have to look for information whether we can make a claim to the insurance company. And we need to go through sufficient discussion with local residents. And Geopower was aware that it is important to buy an insurance policy, and we have to find out whether they complied with all this previous knowledge from their previous lessons. This is the end of the presentation. And this is a pre-recorded presentation. However, he is actually here online to take questions. And he delivered the presentations in Korean, so I hoped that you would have some questions for him.
그 마커스 헤어링이 이 포항
Marcus Herring is related to the Pohang geothermal power plant. You said, what kind of role was he playing? I just listened to Professor Wang. As he mentioned, we don't know the direct correlation between Marcus Herring and the geothermal power plant. We know that he was an advisor for the project, but we are not so sure whether we can hold him accountable on legal grounds and how much involvement he had in the project. It was not covered in the audit report. Have you seen the audit report? No, not yet. Okay. Any other questions? Please feel free to ask any questions.
이 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Lee. I don't think there will be any questions coming up right now, and I think there will be some participants who will ask questions in person to you. And thank you very much. So we listened to all the presentations we prepared, and we had 6 presentations starting 2 p.m. and we also had another 6 presentations in the second session. And I would like to thank you for your patience because it has been a long day. And as the head of the CRCPE, I would like to thank all our speakers. And taking this opportunity, I hope Pohang City would become a better city in the future. Thank you very much.
네, 다른 분들 다
Actually, everybody, he didn't receive some round of applause. Please give Mr. Jung Sung-moo another round of applause. This brings us to the end of today's agenda. And this International Forum on Pohang earthquake will open a platform for the global research, and it will be a chance to overcome the damages caused by the earthquake. We had a lot of discussions and presentations today, and from tomorrow on, we're gonna have another in-depth discussion for 3 days from tomorrow. And the induced earthquake seminar about we had another seminar on the last November 2nd, and also another research delivered by November 15th, and all the research results have been integrated here in today's event. So we're gonna have another online forum for next 3 days. Please show your sincere appreciation and support for that. Once again, thank you very much for your participation and enthusiasm. This brings us to the end of today's event. Thank you very much. Safe journey back.